Chapter 111. The main building had 3 floors. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, shower room, and maid's bedroom. The second floor was the first senior brother's bedroom, small living room, and study. The third floor was the cultivation room. The 3 floors weren't small at all, with a length and width of 15 meters. The study on the second floor was next to the bedroom. It was about 20 square meters in size, with a bookshelf full of books. There were probably more than 500 books. Chunzong had read more than half of them, but he hadn't. Getting up, Chunzong put the books back on the shelf and picked up a brush to write. Writing was like practicing swordsmanship. They both had something in common. Chunzong integrated his swordsmanship experience into his calligraphy. Every stroke was like the stroke of a sword, with an indescribable sharpness. At the same time, he was training his control over his strength. Walking, sitting, and lying down were all part of cultivation. Chunzong gradually realized this. After reading and writing, Chunzong picked up the fake frost-flowing sword and walked up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor didn't have any partitions. There was only one large room, and it looked quite empty. There was an iron pillar erected in each of the 4 directions. They were forged from precious iron, and their hardness and toughness were astonishing. Their value wasn't low, and they were used by the eldest senior brother to test his strength. Moreover, they were all new. Opening all the windows, the sun shone in and the wind blew in, making the room bright and relaxing. Chunzong took out a blood essence pill and swallowed it. He then practiced the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill. Because of the heavy blood jade essence, the scarlet blood pill was useless. After all, it had its limits. However, the blood essence pill was still effective. The blood essence pill was equivalent to a strengthened version of the beast blood pill. It contained an incomparably rich and pure blood energy. Every pill consumed was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. It was extremely difficult to refine, and its value was much higher than the Great Scarlet Blood Pill. 2 hours later, the pure blood chi of the blood essence pill was completely absorbed. Chunzong could feel his chi and blood growing stronger. He was closer to the mid-stage of chi and blood realm level 8. He took off his martial attire, applied the ice fire poison paste, and started to practice the body forging technique. After that, he practiced the shadow clone technique and then the sword art. In the training room, the sword light flashed across like frost and snow, leaving clear sword marks on the fine iron pile. Unlike the ironwood pile, the fine iron pile could withstand the sharpness of the fake frost sword, allowing Chunzong to display his swordsmanship to his heart's content. He didn't have to deliberately hold back, and the training effect was much better. He opened the jar, and a strong wine aroma with a fishy smell filled the air. After 49 days, the blood essence pill wine was finally ready. This jar of blood essence elixir wine weighed 10 caddies in total. Chunzong took out 1 jar of 3 caddies of blood essence elixir wine and 1 jar of 2 caddies of blood essence elixir wine for Sister Yin. He gave the 2 caddies of blood essence elixir wine to Li Jinsher and prepared the remaining 5 caddies for himself. The effect of the blood essence elixir wine was far inferior to that of the blood essence elixir pill. It was only slightly better than the beast blood elixir pill and had some supplementary effect on cultivation. The only thing that made Chunzong happy was that the blood essence elixir wine was also beneficial to the speed of cultivation. Good. I wonder if my true sword heavenly end ability can reach the 5th layer after consuming these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine. Chunzong thought to himself, once the true sword heavenly end skill reached the 5th layer, the power of the swordsmanship would increase by 70%. The power of the true sword heavenly end skill would also increase by several folds, reaching 100%. He believed that once he unleashed it, he would be able to kill people like Bai Yushan. If he could reach the highest 6th layer, it would be even more terrifying. It would increase the power of the swordsmanship to 100%. Although the power of the true sword heavenly end skill wouldn't increase, it would still be able to shoot through the air. This was something that Chi and Blood Realm martial artists couldn't do. I must cultivate the true sword heavenly end skill to the 5th layer, and then to the 6th layer. Chunzong secretly made up his mind. A martial artist's strength was made up of various aspects such as martial arts, combat experience, skills, and so on. None of these aspects could be lacking. Otherwise, it would become a shortcoming, a flaw. After drinking another mouthful of blood essence elixir wine, Chunzong began to cultivate. His cultivation base and the progress of his martial arts improved at the same time. This was undoubtedly rare. Even if I consume these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine, I can cultivate the true sword heavenly end skill to the 5th layer, but I can't reach the 6th layer. It seems that I have to find more blood essence elixir beasts to continue soaking in the wine. As the first senior brother of the first hall, even if it was only a temporary position, he still had his rights. Chunzong went to the 100 Affair Pavilion to issue a mission. The rewards would be given according to the different grades of blood essence elixir beast. For example, the blood essence elixir of a high-class 2 demonic beast was worth 50,000 white jade coins, while the blood essence elixir of a mid-class 2 demonic beast was worth 25,000 white jade coins. As for the blood essence elixir of a low-class 2 demonic beast, it was very difficult for it to condense a blood essence elixir. Even if it did, it wouldn't be strong enough, so there was no need for it. There was no doubt that the reward for this mission issued by Chunzong was very high. Everyone was tempted. For most martial artists, rather than soaking the blood essence elixir wine, they would rather sell it and buy other elixirs to aid in their cultivation. After all, the martial arts that they cultivated were relatively average. They were middle or high human class. After a few years, they would reach the last layer, if not the last layer. Chunzong didn't have to do it himself. Naturally, there would be people who would fight for the high reward. In the end, they would find the blood essence elixir beasts and deliver it to him. However, there were very few blood essence elixir beasts, and they were very strong among those of the same level. It wasn't easy to obtain one. Fortunately, these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine were enough for Chunzong to consume for a while. The qi and blood in his body surged for a while before calming down. Chunzong opened his eyes and exhaled. My cultivation has reached the middle of qi and blood realm stage 8. My qi and blood energy has been purified by another 10%. Chunzong muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. A small increase in cultivation couldn't directly increase one's strength, but it could purify one's qi and blood energy. When performing martial arts, the consumption would be lower and the recovery speed would also be faster. Especially his qi and blood energy, due to the true sword heavenly art reaching the 4th layer, was twice as pure. It was not inferior to a martial artist at the peak of qi and blood realm stage 9. This 10% increase was even more obvious. Not long after, Chunzong received a message. Bai Yushan had left. Bai Yushan, whose injuries had basically healed, chose to leave the 7 Lights Martial Academy. Here, he had lost all face and was even stripped of his position as the first senior brother of the 7 Lights Martial Academy. The one who became the first senior brother of the 7 Lights Martial Academy was his enemy, Chunzong. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy. Leave. He had no choice but to leave. Chunzong, I will never let you go. The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Bai Yushan rode on his steed and looked back at the 7 Lights Martial Academy. Then, he swept a glance at the others. They were all Bai family disciples of the Brilliant Sword Hall. He said in a low voice, "Remember, cultivate well. Don't go against Chunzong." After a few encounters, Bai Yushan could see that although Chunzong looked gentle, he was in fact a difficult person to deal with. Once provoked, he would definitely counterattack. This person was decisive and would not show mercy. Bai Yulo and the others were very unwilling. They originally planned to go against Chunzong in all kinds of ways in the Brilliant Sword Hall, but Bai Yushan's words made them give up. Yulo, remember, Chunzong is not to be trifled with. Unless you have the strength to defeat him directly, don't provoke him on purpose. The one Bai Yushan was most worried about was Bai Yulo, so he especially warned. The injury this time made by Yushan, see the truth clearly. Instead of being dispirited, he calmed down. Okay. Under Bai Yushan's fierce gaze, Bai Yulo finally nodded. Cultivate well, Chunzong. I will kill him with my own hands in the future. Bai Yushan left the last sentence, and his legs clamped on the horse, galloping away. Bai Yushan's instructions before he left were effective. Otherwise, Bai Yulo and the others would definitely go against Chunzong on purpose, and Chunzong would certainly not show mercy. Time flew. Chunzong had consumed all 5 kilograms of blood essence elixir wine. His true sword heavenly art had not reached the 5th stage, and there was even a big gap. It was more difficult than Chunzong had imagined. The new blood essence elixir wine was still being brewed. It was a high-rank 2 demonic beast blood essence elixir, and there was only one of it. It also weighed 5 kilograms, but because the blood essence elixir wine was of a higher grade, the brewing time was longer, taking a total of 64 days. For the sake of the high-rank 2 demonic beast blood essence elixir, Chunzong had already paid out the 30,000 white jade coins he got from Su Mingji and the 20,000 white jade coins he got after becoming the eldest martial brother. He was out of money again. Chunzong did not feel anything. The purpose of earning money was ultimately for cultivation. Otherwise, he would only be a miser. If he was not strong enough, he would be killed. No matter how much money he had, it would be of no use. The eldest martial brother not only received 10,000 white jade coins, 2 great scarlet blood elixirs, and 1 blood essence elixir every month, he also had the qualification to buy things at a 30% discount. Moreover, he had the qualification to buy things on credit 3 times. Chunzong used all of these to the extreme. Everything was used to its full potential. Otherwise, it would be useless. Cultivating wholeheartedly, the glorious sword hall was also very peaceful. There was no need for him, the eldest martial brother, to uphold justice. At the end of the 3rd month after Chunzong became the eldest martial brother, his cultivation base increased again, reaching the peak of blood chi stage 8. The purity of his blood chi had greatly increased. However, the gap between peak blood chi stage 8 and blood chi stage 9 was even greater than the gap between blood chi stage 7 and blood chi stage 8. It was even more difficult to break through. The new blood essence elixir wine could be consumed. His true sword heavenly skill had also reached the peak of the 4th stage. However, he realized that it was very difficult to use the blood essence elixir wine to break through the bottleneck of the true sword heavenly skill. The effect had decreased by more than 10 times. Even if he consumed the entire jar of blood essence elixir wine, it would still be impossible. Chunzong was somewhat disappointed, but he felt that it was normal. It was not easy to make such a huge leap, especially in the later stages. He could only rely on his own ability. Another 3 days passed. The last portion of the newly refined Frostfire Poison Membrane Ointment was applied to his skin. He spread it evenly across his entire body and cultivated the first 3 forms of the body forging technique. As he cultivated, Chunzong immediately felt the intertwining of ice and fire on his skin after absorbing all of the Frostfire Poison Membrane Ointment. It rapidly expanded and contracted 9 times in a row before stopping. The color of his skin seemed to have changed. It was no longer as white as before. Instead, it had a healthy bronze color. As he moved his hands and feet, Chunzong could clearly feel that his skin was filled with a kind of toughness. It was many times stronger than before, and his physical strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 112. Many thanks to junior brother Hengshi for the 5,000 yuan tip. While the eldest senior brother of Hall enjoyed privileges that other disciples did not have, he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, protecting the honor of a hall was one of the obligations. For example, maintaining a fair and just attitude was another obligation. Furthermore, they had to carry out some special missions. Chunzong received such a mission. A village with a population of a few hundred was slaughtered overnight. All of them were in a similar state of death, and their blood was dried up. Apart from the heavenly illumination hall and the glorious disciplinary hall, all the other halls received this mission. However, None of them completed it. The disciples who accepted this mission did not return. There were a total of more than 20 disciples who accepted this mission. Among them, there was no lack of Chi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artists. Apart from the Heavenly Illumination Hall and the Glorious Disciplinary Hall, the eldest senior brothers of the other 5 halls were given this mission. The 5 of them would work together to complete it. The eldest senior brother of the Glorious Earth Hall was still Xiao Hongfu. The eldest senior brother of the Glorious Martial Hall was Zhang Ying, and the eldest senior brother of the Glorious Soldier Hall was Yi Qianren. These 3 had been the eldest senior brother of the 3 halls for quite some time. After them were the new eldest senior brother of the Glorious Blade Hall, Zhou Dong, and the new eldest senior brother of the Glorious Sword Hall, Chunzong. Among the 5 of them, Chunzong's cultivation was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 8, while the other 4 were at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 9. However, in terms of strength, Chunzong was not inferior to them at all. I don't think this mission will be easy. The 5 of us should work together wholeheartedly, Zhang Ying said. I hope no one will drag us down. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and glanced at Chunzong. However, Chunzong ignored him as if he did not hear him. I think everyone's strength is about the same. Although Chunzong's cultivation is not a Qi in Blood Realm Level 9, he was able to defeat Bai Yushan. His strength is not inferior to ours, Zhou Dong said with a smile. Yi Qianren remained silent and didn't say a word. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He had personally witnessed the battle between Chunzong and Bai Yushan a few months ago. He was very surprised and even fearful of Chunzong's strength. He knew that even if he were to fight, he might not be able to defeat Chunzong. He deliberately said that to embarrass Chunzong, but he did not expect that the other party would ignore him. Let's discuss this quest first. Zhang Ying laughed. The 5 of them hurried along on their red horses while discussing and exchanging their views. Along the way, Yi Qianren did not speak at all. He maintained his silence. The weapons he used were rather peculiar. They were the ancient bronze double truncheons. Each section of the truncheons was like a miniature tower. Chunzong didn't talk much either, so he didn't know much about this mission. It was mainly Zhang Ying, Zhou Dong, and Xiao Hongfu who were expressing their opinions. After a round of discussion, they gradually sorted out their thoughts. According to the description of the quest, the culprit could be a human or a monster, but the possibility of it being a human was higher. Secondly, the culprit was either extremely powerful or there was more than one of them. They deduced that the latter was more likely because hundreds of people died in a single night without causing any obvious damage to the village. Even if it was a Qi refining realm martial artist, it was impossible to kill hundreds of people in a short period of time. Moreover, the hundreds of villagers all died from blood loss, but the wounds left behind were different. Thirdly, the culprit cultivation should not have exceeded the Qi blood realm. If it had exceeded the Qi blood realm, this quest wouldn't have been done by Chunzong and the others. Naturally, a Qi refining realm martial artist would have done it. After 3 days and 2 nights, the 5 of them finally arrived at their destination. Immediately, they could feel a heavy aura of death permeating the air. The temperature in the air seemed to have dropped a lot, and there was a kind of chill. This was the negative effect of hundreds of deaths. Before they arrived, everything was just words. After arriving, Chunzong and the other 4 revealed a serious expression. The entire village was dead silent. Under the cold aura, there was an invisible pressure. Ordinary people would probably be scared out of their wits if they stayed for a while. Let's split up and investigate in different directions. Let's see if we can find any clues, Zhou Dong suggested. That's not right. If we split up and were defeated one by one, it would be troublesome, Zhang Ying objected. I'd like to see how we can defeat them one by one. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and walked quickly to one side. I'll go this way. Zhou Dong smiled and walked in the other direction. Yi Qianren did not say a word and chose another direction. Zhang Ying shook his head helplessly. The 5 of them were all first senior brothers of their respective halls. In terms of strength and status, they were all equally matched. No one was willing to submit to the other, and each had their own pride. Brother Chun, why don't we work together? Zhang Ying felt that it was safer to work together. Compared to the strangeness of this quest, if they were not careful, they might end up like the previous 20 or so people, never to return. All right, Chinzong would not be careless and arrogant. In the end, he was just a mere Qi and Blood Realm level 8 martial artist. There was still the Force Refining Realm and the true martial realm above him. The gap was infinitely large, and he did not have the right to be arrogant. Chinzong and Jianing teamed up and walked in another direction. Both of their footsteps were light. One of them was in charge of the left side, and the other was in charge of the right side. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings carefully, searching for any possible traces. The hundreds of villagers' corpses had already been burned, so they could not see them. The 20 or so people who were on the quest earlier were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they were dead. After half a day, the 5 of them circled the entire village, but they did not find anything useful. It's getting late. Let's stay here tonight, Jianing suggested. The quest is not completed yet. Of course we'll stay here temporarily, Xiao Hongfu said coldly. As the first senior brother of Illuminated Earth Hall, he had a sense of superiority. After all, Illuminated Earth Hall was an elite hall. When he spoke, he always had an overbearing attitude. The 5 of them each chose a house and stayed not far away from each other. Late at night, Chinzong finished cultivating the true Sword Heavenly Supreme skill. It's probably very difficult to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 9 in a short period of time. It's probably not that easy to reach the 5th level of the true Sword Heavenly Supreme skill, Chinzong said to himself as he exhaled. Whether it was reaching Qi and Blood Realm level 9 or reaching the 5th level of the true Sword Heavenly Supreme skill, it would bring about a significant increase in one's strength. Chinzong estimated that it would be very difficult to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 9 from the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 in a month or two. If people found out that it was difficult to break through from the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 to Qi and Blood Realm level 9, they would probably punch and kick Chinzong. After all, it was normal for most martial artists to stop at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 for half a year. Who's there? Chinzong, who had just exhaled, had a sharp glint in his eyes. He unsheathed his faux frost flowing sword in an instant, turning it into a frost-like sword light that tore through the air in flames, piercing toward the back. You have fast reflexes, but it's a pity you're still going to die. Beneath this sinister laughter was a voice filled with murderous intent. A black shadow appeared, waving its sharp claws. Under the cold glint, the claws collided with the faux frost flowing sword several times. After the powerful force knocked the sword away, the claws continued forward, turning into the sharpest and most ruthless cold glint, tearing through the air and grabbing at Chinzong's throat. With a flick of his wrist, the faux frost flowing sword turned into an even colder glint, slicing toward the black shadow's head. A little difficult to deal with. The black shadow's sinister laughter rang out again, bringing with it a thick bloodlust and murderous aura that made people uncomfortable. The cold glint of the claws spread out, once again blocking Chinzong's sword. The other claw was still moving forward, but it changed in an instant, piercing toward Chinzong's heart. With the 8 transformations of one sword, Chinzong not only neutralized the opponent's claw attack, but also counterattacked, slicing off the opponent's black robe, revealing a thin but abnormally strong figure. The appearance was a little strange. At first glance, Chinzong thought of a wolf, especially the pair of eyes that were filled with the ferocity of a vicious wolf. The strong body was filled with terrifying strength, with both hands covered in sharp claws, emitting a cold glint under the candlelight. The tyrannical Qi and Blood Realm level 9 had reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9. There was also a tyrannical aura like that of a monster. A thought flashed through Chinzong's mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "You're from the Black Demon sect." With that one sentence, Chinzong saw a hint of astonishment flash across the opponent's face. Soon after, the disciple laughed sinisterly again. A mere Qi and Blood Realm 8th stage martial artist actually knows about our Black Demon sect. For this, I'll grant you immediate death. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Demon Sect disciple leaped and attacked like a vicious wolf. The stench of blood assaulted Chunzong's face, and his murderous aura was abundant. Those who didn't have strong enough willpower would feel fear under such an aura and would find it difficult to exert much of their strength. Chunzong had fought with a Black Demon Sect disciple before, and even cut off one of his opponent's arms. However, that was when his opponent was injured and unable to use a ranked martial art due to his limited strength. The feeling was completely different from today, but he was also not his past self. The faux frost-flowing sword brought about waves of cold glints, as if frost covered the ground and cold snow filled the sky. Each strike was merciless. Needless to say, Chunzong was certain that the Black Demon Sect was the culprit behind the deaths of hundreds of villagers in this village overnight. The 20 or so Seven Lights Martial Academy disciples who had accepted the mission but never returned were probably also killed by the Black Demon Sect. Chunzong even estimated that the 5 of them had been targeted by the Black Demon Sect when they entered this place and waited for an opportunity to make their move at night. If he was attacked, the other 4 were probably the same. Just as Chunzong thought, Zhaning and the other 3 were also attacked. However, their strength was not weak, and they were also first-rate geniuses. Their strength was much more tyrannical than an ordinary peak Qi and Blood Realm 9th stage martial artist. Even if the Black Demon Sect disciples were known to be able to suppress many martial artists of the same level, they still couldn't defeat them in a short period of time. Within the 5 wooden huts, 5 different but equally dangerous battles were taking place. Kill! Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light condensed and emitted an astonishing light. It was so dazzling that it made it difficult for the opponent to look straight at it. Just as he closed his eyes and opened them again, a terrifying sword light had already arrived in front of him without mercy. The Black Demon Sect disciple's expression changed greatly. He immediately crossed his claws and resisted the slash. A tyrannical force erupted, and he was directly pushed back and crashed into the wooden house's wall. There were even slash marks left on his claws. On the other hand, Chunzong suffered an even stronger impact. He was pushed back and broke through the wooden door. Chapter 113. Today, my third brother is celebrating. Dominator of the 6 realms drank too much and slept from noon until 7 p.m. I can only update once. I'll make up for it tomorrow. The people of the Black Demon Sect were injected with the blood of demonic beasts. Even without transforming, they had an even stronger physique. It was normal for them to reach 1,000 or even 1,500 gene. Coupled with the amplification of their Qi and Blood Realm cultivation, they were even more terrifying. They also had a tyrannical demonic beast-like aura, causing their strength to often exceed many martial artists of the same level. Chunzong's physique was at the standard level. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, so his amplification of 7,000 gene was equivalent to 8,000 gene. The 50% amplification of the true sword absolute skill didn't refer to strength, but the power of the sword. It was different. After conversion, it wasn't even 12,000 gene. Compared to his opponent, there was still a difference of 1 to 2,000 gene. In a head-on clash, strength was a huge factor. Another factor was technique. This Black Demon Sect martial artist was not only strong, but his battle technique was also outstanding. He was a very terrifying opponent. Chunzong broke through the door. This Black Demon Sect martial artist stamped his feet, and his strength exploded. His body was as vigorous as a ferocious wolf as he rushed out. His claws repeatedly clawed, and cold light filled the surroundings. Under the night sky, they interweaved into a net and covered Chunzong. He wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. The fake frost-flowing sword flashed a frost-like luster. The night sky was like water, and faint layers of ripples spread out. His strength was inferior to his opponent, but in terms of technique, Chunzong had the advantage. The realm of 8 transformations of one sword made his sword more agile and sharp. Fight, fight, fight! The other people also fought outside the house. The battle was very intense. Xiao Hongfu practiced palm arts. He wore a pair of golden silk gloves that could resist the sharpness of precious iron swords. Not only was his palm fast, but it was also filled with ferocious power. It was filled with astonishing explosive power, and it was like rolling thunder. His opponent was a very strong black demon sect martial artist. He was like a black bear, and he also used palm arts. Although each palm didn't seem fast, it contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was like a large millstone smashing down, bringing with it a dull, whistling sound that made it difficult for people to breathe. Zhang practiced eagle claw. Not only was his every claw fast and sharp, it could crush steel. Coincidentally, his opponent was a martial artist with an aquiline nose who also used claw art. It seemed to be the eagle claw art. Zhou Dong practiced with a saber. His opponent Shi was incomparably ferocious, like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His opponent's aura of a ferocious tiger. His opponent Shi was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His opponent's aura of a ferocious tiger. Each Shinran's weapon was a pair of maces. They were bronze-colored and were similarly precious iron-grade weapons. They were shaped like miniature and elongated pagodas. They were uneven and had a terrifying attack power. Each of them weighed over 100 jin and were extremely heavy. Just a slight hit would cause one's bones to be broken. In each Shinran's hands, the twin truncheons displayed a terrifying and ferocious power. It was as if two small whirlwinds had been formed as they attacked swiftly and violently. Each Shinran didn't look strong, but in reality, his strength was beyond the norm. His arm strength was 1,500 jin. He was usually a man of few words, but when he fought, it was the complete opposite. His opponent used two short sabers. The sabers were sharp and agile. They didn't clash with each Shinran, but instead looked for gaps and flaws to kill. To be able to become the head senior brother of a hall, he naturally had outstanding abilities. Although the Black Demon Sect's martial artist was powerful, it was impossible for him to end the battle in a short period of time. He didn't even have the upper hand. On Chunzong's side, the more he fought, the more he got used to it. His opponent's demonic beast bloodline was obviously related to wolves. Their strength was very strong. Combined, they were even stronger than Bai Yushan a few months ago. However, his own strength had also improved significantly in these few months. The sword slashed past. There were too many changes. The speed of the sword was fast and sudden. Fortunately, the opponent's reaction was very fast. It seemed like they had fused with their demonic beast bloodline, which strengthened their senses. They quickly dodged. However, one of their ears was cut, almost splitting into two. Transform. Kill them. The martial artist was furious. He roared, followed by a howl. It was like the howl of a fierce wolf. It was sharp and tyrannical. In this village where hundreds of people had died, it was extremely frightening. Following the howl, the other 4 Black Demon Sect's martial artists also let out terrifying howls. It was like the roar of a black bear, like the sharp cry of a goshawk, like the roar of a fierce tiger, and also a strange and sharp squeaking sound. The 5 howls rose and fell one after another, resounding through the silent night. Chunzong and the others' faces changed greatly. They quickly rushed to kill. Something was wrong. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the opponent's body. Sand and stones flew, and a gale swept up, making it difficult for people to approach. Under the night's dust, the 5 Black Demon Sect's martial artist bodies rapidly changed. In the time it took to take a breath, their appearance had greatly changed. What is this thing? Xiao Hongfu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this, they had never come into contact with the Black Demon Sect's martial artists. Xiao Hongfu's opponent's height suddenly increased by half a meter. Thick black hair grew all over his body, making him look like a half-human, half-bear. Zhang Ying's opponent's nose became even sharper. Under the shape of his face, there was a shadow of a goshawk's face. Feathers appeared under his arms, and his hands flashed with a cold light. Shockingly, they turned into the claws of an eagle with a thick layer of cuticle. Zhou Dong's opponent turned into a half-human, half-tiger. His body was stronger, his fists were bigger, and his strength was stronger. Ichirun's opponent was the most peculiar. He looked like a praying mantis. The twin sabers in his hands seemed to be connected to his arms, like the mantis's blade arms. Chunzong's opponent, on the other hand, had transformed into a half-man, half-wolf. He was a classic werewolf. His green eyes emitted a cold and ferocious glint. An ordinary Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist would feel a chill run down their spine if they were stared at. Pay attention. They are martial artists from the Black Demon sect. They have fused with the blood of demonic beasts and can transform into half-human, half-demonic beasts. Their physical strength surpasses that of humans and is comparable to demonic beasts. Their strength is very frightening. Chunzong quickly said. When Zhang Ying and the other three heard this, their faces changed again. This was the first time they had heard the words Black Demon Sect. After all, it had been hundreds of years since the Kingdom era, and the Black Demon Sect had disappeared for hundreds of years. There wasn't much information about them, and martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm belonged to the lowest level of martial artists, so the information they had was limited. If Chunzong had not met them and asked the elders of the clan hall, he would not know anything about them. After transforming, the strength of the 5 Black Demon Sect martial artists became even more frightening. They were at least 20 to 30% stronger. The werewolf's speed was even faster. It was as if his legs were kicking, and he was still pouncing towards Chunzong. His sharper claws tore through the night like rippling water. A frightening chill covered Chunzong's entire body, making him smell the scent of death. How frightening, Chunzong said to himself. He took a small step back and drew his sword. The sword's light was straight, directly piercing through the night. Although Chunzong's cultivation was only at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8, his strength was much higher than the average peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9. When he exerted his full strength, his sword was sharp and deadly. The battle with the werewolf was extremely fierce. On the other hand, the other 4 people exerted their full strength, but gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, after transforming, the Black Demon Sect martial artist strength became even more frightening. From this, it could be seen that Chunzong's strength was above theirs. Fierce Wolf Claw, shred into 1,000 pieces. The werewolf's Qi and blood power exploded. A frightening and violent aura surged and attacked, shaking Chunzong's spiritual will. However, it was as unshakable as a reef. Fierce Wolf Claw, a human-level upper-grade martial art, was compatible with the werewolf's body. When used, its power was maximized, and it was incomparably frightening. Chunzong could only see countless cold and sharp claws tearing through the night. Every part of his body was attacked by a chill, as if it would be torn apart. Lone Star illuminates the world. Chunzong raised his sword. In the night, it bloomed with an astonishing brilliance, directly covering all the other light. The smell of loneliness spread out, slightly affecting the werewolf. However, this Black Demon Sect martial artist was able to successfully integrate with the blood of a demon beast. His spiritual will was, after all, stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. In an instant, he came to his senses. He waved his claws and collided with the incoming sword. A frightening force exploded, creating layers of ripples in the air. Chunzong's sword suddenly changed. He used the force of the rebound and stabbed out at an even faster speed. One sword, 8 transformations. Chi chi chi. With 3 consecutive sounds, Chunzong's sword left 3 wounds on his opponent's body. Blood dripped out. After a few months of cultivation, Chunzong had already cultivated one sword 8 transformations to the extreme. He had completely mastered it. Wind-stepping steps. The night was like water. Chunzong's body seemed to blend into the darkness. He flashed quickly like the wind. However, what greeted him was the werewolf's sharp claws. It looked like Chunzong was running into them. Doppelganger body technique. Chunzong's body shook and split into 2. They looked equally real. It was the perfect doppelganger body technique. In the past few months, Chunzong had improved his doppelganger body technique from the beginner level to the small success level, and then to the great success level. A few days ago, he had stepped into the perfect level, giving people a feeling that it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. The cold light of the sharp claws tore through the night, and at the same time, tore apart Chunzong. That was a doppelganger. The real body appeared on the other side. Sky light cloud shadow sword. An indescribably strong light shone, attracting everyone's attention. It felt like a small sun had suddenly appeared in the night, making people's eyes unable to adapt. What was even stronger was the sword hidden within. It was extremely fast. There was no way to dodge it. He could only barely resist it. In an instant, the sharp claws were cut off. The sword also directly cut open his chest. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. It almost cut his body in half. His whole body flew backward and crashed into the mantis man. Chunzong quickly took out an energy pill and swallowed it. He quickly operated the true Sword Sky Supreme skill to absorb the pure blood and chi of the blood-sinking jade to recover. Because of this sword, Chunzong had used up 80% of his physical strength and chi and blood power. It should be known that since he had cultivated the first layer of the body forging skill, the copper skin, his physical strength had also improved by a lot. It had increased by at least 50%. The consumption of 80% was more than the consumption of 100%. Chapter 114. Author's note. I haven't completely recovered from today's alcohol, so I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow to make up for what I missed yesterday. Also, let me inform you that tomorrow, our sword art will be on the shelves. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhan Ying and the others quickly reacted and attacked. The goshawk art was activated, and the goshawk claw was used to the extreme. It could tear apart steel and hit the opponent's chest, forcibly tearing off 2 pieces of flesh. Xiao Hongfu continuously attacked with both of his palms. Not only was each palm fast, but it also contained a terrifying explosive power. It continuously bombarded the bear man's body, and after each palm's power was restrained, the bear man's huge body was pushed back again and again, and he kept vomiting blood. Zhou Dong's long blade rolled up coldly, and like a thunderbolt, he chopped down and took the opportunity to cut off the tiger man's left arm. Each Shinran's 2 maces were incomparably violent, and like 2 roaring hurricanes, they violently bombarded the mantis man's body, breaking his muscles and bones. He kept vomiting blood and flew out like a ragged sack. In a flash, all 4 Black Demon Sect martial artists were injured. Run! The tiger man roared and withstood his injuries, explosively retreating at an astonishing speed. The bear man waved both of his palms, and like a huge millstone, he smashed towards Xiao Hongfu, and at the same time borrowed the force to retreat. The eagle man let out a sharp cry, and spread out his arms like an eagle about to soar into the sky. He was the fastest, and he overtook the bear man and the tiger man, and disappeared into the night. The wolf man was almost cut in half by Chunzong's sword. Blood gushed out, and he quickly lost his strength and died. The mantis man's bones were broken, and his injuries were very serious. He couldn't escape for a while, and Ichienrin's maces violently bombarded his head, breaking it like a watermelon. Out of the 5 Black Demon Sect martial artists, 2 were instantly killed, and this was related to Chunzong's sword. It was very difficult for the Black Demon Sect martial artists to fuse with a demon beast bloodline, and it was almost impossible for them to survive. Those who could successfully fuse with a demon beast bloodline and survive would often become more tyrannical and terrifying. Therefore, they had a kind of pride in their hearts and believed that they were stronger than normal martial artists. Chunzong and the other 4 were originally their prey, or at most, stronger prey. In the end, their prey transformed and unleashed a terrifying sword strike, severely injuring one of them to death. Their momentary lapse in concentration allowed them to seize the opportunity to kill or cripple them. They had no choice but to flee. Fights between cultivators of similar strength were like this. If one side was slightly careless, they could be injured or even killed. Chase. Xiao Hongfu was in high spirits. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after them. Zhou Dong and Yi Qianren quickly followed suit. Chunzong, are you all right? Zhanning appeared in front of Chunzong and asked. It's okay, we'll chase after them too. After Chunzong took the energy pill, his physical strength recovered rapidly. His blood qi also recovered rapidly with the help of the profound blood jade essence and the fourth stage of the true sword heavenly skill. Following the darkness of the night and the movements left behind by the other party, the 5 of them gave chase. During the chase, everyone took energy pills and beast blood pills to recover their energy. Outside the village, a dense forest gradually appeared. The 3 black demon sect cultivators drilled into the forest. Behind the forest was a mountain. Relentlessly chasing, Chunzong and the other 4 drilled into the forest and rushed up the mountain. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Chase? Keep chasing. Just wait for your death. As if they were about to reach their destination, the Eagle Man let out a sharp sneer. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 black demon sect cultivators changed again. Their auras dropped as their bodies dispelled the demon transformation and returned to their original state. The black demon sect cultivators could use the demon transformation, but there was a time limit. Once the time limit was reached, the transformation would automatically dispel it. After dispelling the transformation, their aura would drop for a short period of time, even worse than normal. In general, the demon transformation was like a forbidden technique, but the side effects weren't that strong. After dispelling the demon transformation, the 3 black demon sect cultivators immediately drilled into a hidden cave in front of them. Stop! Zhanning was even more cautious and hurriedly called out. Stop what? The enemy is right in front of us. Xiao Hongfu didn't listen. After saying this, he directly drilled into the cave and chased after them. Kill them and complete the mission. Zhou Dong smiled coldly and chased after them with his long saber. Yi Qianren glanced at Zhan Ying and Chunzong and also chased after them with his 2 maces. His face was full of fighting spirit. Let's go. Chunzong said neither slowly nor quickly. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in retreating. It was better to chase after them. The gurgling sound was faint at first, but it became clear as they entered. It was like boiling water, and they could faintly hear voices. Lord Bloodbat Envoy, there are enemies chasing us. Lord Bloodbat Envoy, the enemies are very strong. We need you to personally take action. It was obvious that these were the voices of the 3 black demon sect cultivators. Bloodbat Envoy? Hearing this name, Chunzong didn't know why he felt a chill and raised his vigilance to the extreme. Kill! Xiao Hongfu, Zhou Dong, and Yi Qianren, who were the first to enter, were already engaged in a fierce battle of life and death with the 3 black demon sect cultivators. Chunzong and Zhan Ying rushed out of the passage and entered the cave. Their gazes swept over the 6 people who were fighting fiercely and swept over the entire cave. The red light illuminated the cave, as if it was covered in a layer of blood. In the depths of the cave, there was a red pool of water. It seemed as if it was boiling, and bubbles were rising from it, emitting an incomparably strong, fishy smell. The red pool was actually a pool of blood. A figure was lying in the pool of blood. It seemed as if it was bathing in it, floating up and down along with the bubbles of the blood pool. That's Bloodbat Envoy. Chunzong thought to himself, Chunzong, let's attack and get rid of the 3 of them first. Zhan Ying withdrew his gaze and said, Okay. Zhan Ying and Chunzong immediately drew their swords and attacked the black demon sect cultivator who could demonize and transform into an eagleman. Perhaps it was because the demonization had been removed, but this cultivator's strength was lower than before. He was gradually suppressed by Zhou Dong. The blade light was cold and fierce, leaving 2 wounds on the opponent's body. Zhan Ying and Chunzong attacked, and in an instant, the black demon sect cultivator was killed. Zhou Dong also slashed with his blade at the same time, directly cutting the Black Demon Sect cultivator's body in two. The two of them flew into the blood pool and smashed into the floating body in the blood pool. When the body was smashed, it seemed to tremble slightly. However, Chunzong and the others were attacking the other Black Demon Sect cultivators, so they didn't notice. Lord Bloodbat Envoy. The Black Demon Sect cultivator, who could transform into a tiger man, was also hit, and he roared before dying. In the end, only the Black Demon Sect cultivator, who could transform into a bear man, was left. It was probably related to the fused bloodline. The Black Demon Sect cultivator, who could demonize and transform into a bear man, had a more tyrannical physique, stronger defense, and tenacious vitality. After being hit by 5 people, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he let out a horrifying laugh. "You will all die. Lord Bloodbat Envoy will suck all of your blood dry, just like the other cultivators in the past. Die." Xiao Hongfu once again blasted out a palm. This palm didn't seem fast, but contained an incomparably terrifying power. It directly hit the Black Demon Sect cultivator's chest, and a terrifying power erupted, directly shattering his heart. The heart was the source of qi and blood. Once it shattered, the cultivator would die instantly. Who is this Bloodbat Envoy he's talking about? Zhou Dong couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. It can't be the person in the blood pool, right?" Zhanning said. Suddenly, everyone looked over. The body was still floating in the blood pool, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. "The 5 Black Demon Sect cultivators are dead. Take their bodies and leave this place immediately." Chunzong's tone was somewhat dignified. Their understanding of the Black Demon Sect was really too little. They had no idea what the so-called Bloodbat Envoy was. But if 5 powerful Black Demon Sect cultivators called him Lord, then he must be even stronger. Maybe he was even a Qi-refining realm cultivator that surpassed the Qi and Blood realm. Looking at the body lying in the blood pool, it gave them a very strange feeling. It was best to leave as soon as possible. As for taking the bodies, it was to bring them back to the Seven Lights Martial Academy to turn in the mission. It was also to let the Seven Lights Martial Academy know that the Black Demon Sect from hundreds of years ago was showing signs of resurgence. "Let's go." At this time, Xiao Hongfu didn't dare to say anything. He grabbed the 2 bodies and quickly retreated out of the cave. Keek. Strange laughter suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions. It was dense, hoarse, dry, and sharp, like broken ceramic pieces violently rubbing against each other. When it fell into the ears, it felt like a demonic sound piercing through the brain. It made Chunzong and the others feel very uncomfortable. Their scalps went numb, and their chests felt tight and nauseous. "Since you're here, then stay." The moment the voice sounded, Chunzong and the others' faces changed greatly. They immediately sped up and rushed towards the cave passage. However, even though they were fast, the other party seemed to be even faster. 5 blood arrows pierced through the air and shot towards them. Each blood arrow contained a terrifying power that could shatter rocks. The 5 of them had no choice but to shatter the blood arrows or dodge. When they were delayed for a moment, a blood-colored afterimage flew past. There was no one in the blood pool. The strange laughter sounded again. Everyone looked over and saw an additional figure at the entrance of the cave passage. It seemed that he had been standing there waiting for a long time. The figure was wearing a blood-red cloak that covered his entire body. He stood there straight and had a strange appearance. There were even 2 sharp teeth protruding from his lips. It looked like a human-shaped bat. This was the feeling that Chunzong and the others had. Could it be that this is a warrior who has integrated the blood of a bat demon beast? Chunzong secretly guessed. It was close to the truth. The other party's appearance was strange. His face was very pale, as if he had lost too much blood. His eyes flashed with a strange, deep luster, with a trace of coldness and bloodthirstiness. When his gaze fell on Chunzong and the others, they immediately felt a wave of coldness sweep over them. It was as if it was going to spread all over their bodies, making them shudder. Keek. I want all the blood and qi of the 5 of you." Emissary Bloodbat once again let out a strange laughter that made one's scalp tingle. As long as I absorb the blood and chi of the 5 of you, my injuries will recover faster. As long as I recover, I can absorb the blood and chi of more powerful warriors and become even more powerful. Chunzong and the others could not help but feel cold all over, especially Xiaohong and Fu Jianing. This was the first time that they had heard that someone could absorb blood and chi to recover and even improve their cultivation. They could not help but be more afraid of the Black Demon Sect warriors. Chapter 115. Were you the one who sucked the blood of those hundreds of villagers dry? Jianing suddenly asked. Although Emissary Bloodbat exerted a lot of pressure on them, they were all first senior brothers of their respective halls. Their willpower was even stronger, and they would not be easily suppressed. A bunch of ants. What right do they have for me to suck their blood? Emissary Bloodbat laughed strangely. Their blood is in there. It turned out that the blood in the blood pool was the blood of those hundreds of villagers. Anger suddenly surged from within and spread throughout their bodies. Their chi and blood boiled. Chunzong and the other 4 stared at Emissary Bloodbat angrily. Not only did he not treat hundreds of people as humans, but he also sucked their blood to form a blood pool. This kind of action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the heavens. You are injured. How much strength do you have left? Ichienrun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was obscure and full of anger. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt and a hurricane was about to roar. More than enough to kill you all. As soon as he finished speaking, Emissary Bloodbat moved. His cape spread out like a pair of bat wings, sweeping across the sky. His entire body was like a giant bat as he charged towards them. His speed was extremely fast, and he brought with him a terrifying pressure. The smell of blood filled the air. Ichienren raised his pair of maces, and his chi and blood exploded. The maces seemed to light up and turn into 2 small hurricanes that roared out. Kill! Jianing, Chunzong, and the others also attacked Emissary Bloodbat. Insignificant skill. Emissary Bloodbat's sharp voice seemed to ring in everyone's ears at the same time. A gust of wind whistled past. Chunzong and the others felt as if they had hit something, but they also did not hit anything. The red figure flashed in front of them, and immediately, an extremely powerful force bombarded them. The 5 of them were all hit, and each of them flew back more than 10 meters. When they landed, they kept retreating. Their backs hit the wall of the cave, and they were in great pain. Their chi and blood surged violently. This attack did not hit them directly, so they were not injured. However, it was their weapons that were hit. Their hands were trembling, and they felt as if the bones in their arms were about to shatter. It was an inexplicable horror. Emissary Bloodbat's strength was too terrifying. Not only was his speed so fast that they could not catch him, his strength was also extremely powerful. Be angry. Be afraid. Your blood will taste even better. Envoy Bloodbat's voice came from all directions. Everyone could only catch a glimpse of a red figure. After flying around in a circle, it attacked again. Chunzong and the other 4 were unable to withstand the repeated attacks. They were knocked back again and again, but they were not injured. They only felt their bodies trembling and their blood surging. Their faces were pale. Damn it, he's deliberately toying with us. Xiao Hongfu's face was full of anger, and he was about to explode. Judging from the speed and strength displayed by the Bloodbats, it would not be too difficult to kill them. What they were doing now was clearly toying with them. Calm down. His goal is to deliberately anger us. Jianing said. Although Chunzong felt powerless, he was not as angry as Xiao Hongfu. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. He observed more carefully and came to 2 conclusions through Xiao Hongfu's words. First, this emissary Bloodbat was injured. His injuries had not healed, and his strength was not at its peak. His speed was very fast, and although each of his attacks seemed powerful, they were not completely unblockable. Second, Emissary Bloodbat had said that the angrier they were, the more fearful they were, the more delicious their blood would taste. He did not know whether this was true or not, but Chunzong felt that there was a certain possibility. As such, Emissary Bloodbat would not easily kill the 5 of them. This way, they still had a chance to live. At a time like this, they could not lose their rationality. They had to remain calm and look for any opportunity. Take out all of your strength and kill him. Zhou Dong's heart burned with anger. His eyes shone with a cold light, and he instantly used the blood-boiling technique. Like Bai Yushan, the first disciples of the various halls all cultivated the blood-boiling technique, and they had all cultivated it to the 3rd layer. Their blood surged, their skin quickly turned red, their strength increased by 2,000 kilograms, and their speed increased by 30%. This kind of increase did not only increase their attack speed, but also their movement speed. Xiao Hongfu, Zhan Ying, and Yi Qianren all used the 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique. Their strength and speed had clearly increased. Lightning Chop Blade Technique, Lightning Chop. Zhou Dong's blood energy exploded, and he locked onto Emissary Bloodbat's figure. His blade violently slashed out like lightning. Scram! Emissary Bloodbat's figure flashed, and his red cloak was like a gust of wind. He shattered the blade light with one claw, and his other hand slammed into Zhou Dong's chest. With a bang, Zhou Dong was sent flying. The power of that blade was extraordinary. Emissary Bloodbat, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, paused for a moment. Yi Qianren roared and used the high human-grade martial art, whirlwind technique. His 2 maces turned into 2 roaring whirlwinds, fiercely bombarding Emissary Bloodbat. At the same time, Zhan Ying's figure leapt up, circling like a goshawk. His eagle claws were pushed to the extreme, and his claws could easily shatter steel. Xiao Hongfu took a step forward, and in another flash, he appeared behind Emissary Bloodbat. His palms were completely red, as if he had poured a large amount of blood energy into them. His palms also swelled up like 2 small millstones. They fiercely shattered the air and pressed towards Emissary Bloodbat's back. Blood-boiling technique. Qinzong used the wind stepping steps. With a single step, he crossed 8 meters and appeared at Envoy Bloodbat's side. The fake frost-flowing sword trembled, and the sword's body swayed. It instantly bent and then straightened. As it bent and straightened, it emitted a frightening amount of energy. Combined with the strength and speed of the 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique, Qinzong mercilessly stabbed out with all of his strength. The lonely starlight illuminated the entire cavern, suppressing the red light, making it unprecedentedly bright. This could be considered the first time the 5 of them had truly worked together, but they did very well. Yi Qianren's twin truncheons were repelled, and his entire body was pushed back. His blood and qi roiled, and the blood-boiling technique was also forced to stop. Zhan Ying's eagle claws grabbed onto Emissary Bloodbat's shoulder. Just as he was about to use his strength to tear it apart, he was hit by a terrifying shockwave. It shook Zhan Ying's claws to the point that they felt like they were about to be torn apart. The terrifying shockwave caused him to fly backwards. Zhan Ying was extremely shocked. It had to be known that under the 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique and the full power of the goshawk technique, this attack also contained a wisp of the goshawk strength. It could easily shatter rocks, and even steel could be easily shattered. Note that this was not in theory, but in the truest sense of the word. That attack would even leave a deep mark on steel. No matter how strong a human's body was, could it compare to steel? It could not. No matter how strong a demonic beast's body was, could it compare to steel? From what he knew, it clearly could not. However, when that attack hit its target, it was not able to injure it. Instead, it was blasted away. How terrifying was that? In reality, it wasn't that Envoy Bloodbat's body was stronger than steel. Rather, it was his inner strength. The inner strength that exploded out in an instant possessed a terrifying amount of power. However, the injured Envoy Bloodbat couldn't use his inner strength too much, so he couldn't display his full strength. After that attack blasted Zhan Ying away, it also paused for a moment. Xiao Hongfu's 2 palms took advantage of this opportunity to attack. The 2 palms, which contained an incomparably terrifying amount of power, struck the same spot on Envoy Bloodbat's back. With 2 bangs, they were still blasted away by Envoy Bloodbat's inner strength. However, Envoy Bloodbat didn't have a good time either. His entire body trembled, and his face seemed to become even paler. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. If he wanted to recover from his heavy injuries, it would be best for him to absorb a large amount of blood, especially the blood of martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the more delicious their blood would be and the more energy it contained, which would allow him to recover faster. Unfortunately, he had been discovered as soon as he began, and his injuries were still quite heavy. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he would be able to slaughter Chen Zong and the others several times over with a single hand. Xiao Hongfu flew backwards, and the blood-boiling technique was also forcefully dispelled. Chen Zong's sword seized this fleeting opportunity to attack. This sword carried with it an incomparably cold light. It was like a lonely star that streaked across the sky, piercing towards Envoy Bloodbat's heart. In that instant, Envoy Bloodbat felt his hair stand on end. He was abnormally furious. There were just a few ants, nothing in his eyes. They had actually caused him to be even more injured. Now, this sword made him feel even more threatened. Scram! Envoy Bloodbat grabbed at the sword light with one claw, while his other claw grabbed towards Chen Zong's heart. He didn't hold back this time. He wanted to dig out Chen Zong's heart. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Zong's sword, which he had used all his strength to stab out, shifted slightly. He displayed astonishing control and stabbed towards Envoy Bloodbat's claw. The tip of the sword broke through Envoy Bloodbat's cloak, pierced through his tough skin, and pierced through his tough muscles. When it was about to stab towards his heart, Envoy Bloodbat twisted his body slightly, using the gap between his ribs to block the sword. At the same time, Envoy Bloodbat's claw also struck Chen Zong's heart. With a sudden claw, Chen Zong's clothes were torn apart, and the enormous force caused his body to fly backwards. In midair, he spat out blood and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. He heavily hit the hard wall of the cave. With a bang, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, motionless. In Envoy Bloodbat's hand was a triangular black iron piece covered with cloth. It was this iron piece that protected Chen Zong's heart from being dug out. However, the internal strength contained in it still rushed out. It first bombarded the golden silk inner armor, then bombarded the blood-brooding jade essence. After passing through the blood-brooding jade essence and being weakened by the copper skin, it finally blasted into Chen Zong's body, directly hitting his heart. The true Sword of Tianju's heart contained in his heart instantly counterattacked. It was only able to resist a little before it was shattered by the terrifying blood-colored internal strength. However, the internal strength that had been heavily weakened was not much left. When it attacked Chen Zong's heart, it didn't shatter it. However, the impact still caused some damage to the heart, and he fainted immediately. 5 people, 5 warriors with amazing strength in the Qi and Blood realm, were all defeated by Envoy Bloodbat at this moment. Each of them fell to the ground with internal injuries and couldn't move for a while. Even if they were seriously injured and couldn't use much of their strength in the Qi refining realm, they still had terrifying and unstoppable strength. Chapter 116. First update on Shelf. Request to subscribe. I didn't expect that I would be injured by you 5 ants. However, you should be proud to be able to injure me. Emissary Bloodbat's deep gaze swept across them with an indescribable cruelty. His voice became more and more ear-piercing. However, it's all over now. Your blood should be delicious. I will slowly enjoy it. As he spoke, Emissary Bloodbat's deep gaze fell on Zhou Dong's body. Zhou Dong was the first to be sent flying by him, and was the first to struggle to stand up. He was staring at him with a pair of eyes filled with hatred and anger. However, he was severely injured. He could barely hold his long saber, let alone use it again. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. After all, Zhou Dong did not want to die. He had a talent that surpassed ordinary warriors. As long as he continued to work hard, he was destined to go further than ordinary warriors and become stronger. Emissary Bloodbat's strength was too terrifying. This was under the condition that he had not recovered from his injuries. It was already enough to make people feel despair. In front of him, they were just like children. His heart was filled with anger and fear. Zhou Dong knew that if there were no accidents, he and the others would definitely die. It would not be a normal death, but a death where all of their blood would be sucked dry. Just thinking about that kind of death made him shudder. However, Zhou Dong had the pride of a warrior. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would not surrender. He continued to circulate his cultivation technique, accumulating his strength little by little. Even if he knew that he was no match for the opponent, he would still explode with his last attack. Kill! His voice was hoarse, like his last sorrowful cry. Zhou Dong exploded with the last of his strength, waving his saber to attack Emissary Bloodbat. This was the last attack of his life, but it was not the strongest attack because it was too weak. Final struggle. Emissary Bloodbat laughed viciously. He flicked his finger, and a long blade that was slashing towards him flew out of his hand. Immediately after, his hand turned into a claw and grabbed Zhou Dong's shoulder. He quickly pulled Zhou Dong closer and opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. He suddenly bit towards Zhou Dong's neck. Zhou Dong's face was filled with shock as he continued to struggle. However, due to his heavy injuries, his struggles were too weak. In truth, even if he was at his peak, he would not have been able to break free from Envoy Bloodbat's grasp. The 4 fangs pierced into Zhou Dong's neck artery, which was where most of his blood was flowing. After piercing it, Zhou Dong immediately felt his blood being sucked away, flowing into the Bloodbat envoy's mouth. The feeling of his life being sucked away filled his entire body. His consciousness kept falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking forever. Zhou Dong's body twitched unconsciously, as if he was shivering. His face became paler and paler, and his eyes dimmed. Finally, his head tilted to one side, and he stopped breathing. Not long after, Zhou Dong's blood was sucked dry by the Bloodbat envoy. His skin became dull and shriveled, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Zhang Ying, Xiao Hongfu, and Yi Qianren. Their faces changed drastically, and they were horrified. Although the 3 of them were hit by the Bloodbat envoy's counterattack, their injuries were not as serious as Chunzong's. After all, Chunzong had stabbed the Bloodbat envoy with his sword and angered him. Therefore, the counterattack was the strongest. If it were not for the iron plate and the heavy blood jade essence, he would have been killed by the Bloodbat envoy's counterattack. The 3 of them woke up from their coma, and their strength recovered slightly. When they saw the scene of Zhou Dong's blood being sucked dry, the impact was indescribable. It was incomparably terrifying. In the end, they were still very young, and their exciting lives had just begun. The Qi and Blood realm was only the first step for a martial artist. With their talent, it was not difficult for them to step into the Qi refining realm. Although they had thought that they would die, it was definitely not in this way. With a bang, the Bloodbat envoy threw away Zhou Dong's shriveled corpse and rolled a few times on the ground. His deep gaze swept over the 3 of them, causing their hair to stand on end. The cold air penetrated their heads and penetrated their spines to the soles of their feet. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Which one should I choose for the second one? The Bloodbat envoy said as he swept his gaze over them, bringing with him an even greater pressure of death. After absorbing Zhou Dong's blood, his injuries seemed to have recovered a little, and his voice was even sharper. With one sentence, the 3 of them changed their faces again. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles, and they were terrified. When the Bloodbat envoy's gaze fell on Xiao Hongfu's face, Xiao Hongfu shouted, "I am from the Xiao family of the ultimate martial main city. My father is the 2nd elder of the Xiao family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. So what if you are from the Xiao family?" The Bloodbat envoy laughed. "Since you said so, then I will start with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bloodbat envoy's body flashed, and like a bat in the night sky, he appeared in front of Xiao Hongfu in an instant. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed Xiao Hongfu's shoulder, lifting him up. "Go to hell." Xiao Hongfu burst out again, pouring all of his recovered strength into his right palm. His palm turned red, and he fiercely slammed it towards the bloodbat envoy's head. Although this palm was not at its peak, it was still very powerful. If the bloodbat envoy was hit, even if he was not injured, he would still feel dizzy. The bloodbat envoy had experienced hundreds of battles, so how could he let Xiao Hongfu get away with it? Without any pretense, the bloodbat envoy exerted strength in his claw and grabbed Xiao Hongfu's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Xiao Hongfu's flesh like sharp blades. The intense pain made Xiao Hongfu's body tremble, and his palm became weak and powerless. Soon after, Xiao Hongfu let out a blood-curdling scream. His body twitched, his legs kicked, and his hands clawed. He became more and more powerless, and the blood in his body was quickly absorbed by the bloodbat envoy. "Let's go." Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they immediately burst out with the qi and blood they had just gathered. They used their footwork and quickly rushed out of the cave. No matter what, if they rushed out of this cave first, then they might have a chance at survival. Otherwise, if they continued to stay, they would only end up like Zhou Dong and Xiao Hongfu, having their blood sucked dry. They would die an incomparably miserable death. As for Chunzong, they felt that he was already dead. Not to mention, they did not have a deep relationship with him. At this moment of life and death, who would think so much? Even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to escape from the bloodbat envoy's eyes, let alone their heavily injured bodies. Before they reached the entrance of the cave, a black shadow smashed towards them, bringing with it a whistling sound. The two of them hurriedly dodged, only to find that it was Xiao Hongfu's corpse. His blood had already been sucked dry, and his body was shriveled up like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. The two of them felt a chill run down their spines, and they were terrified. "Little mouse, you can't escape." The bloodbat envoy's sharp voice seemed to ring in their ears at the same time. "Let's fight it out with him," Zhang Ying said angrily. He once again used the blood-boiling technique to forcefully increase his strength. Yi Qianren did the same. With heavily injured bodies, it was not advisable to use forbidden techniques. Otherwise, there would be repercussions. If it was light, they would need a period of time to recover. If it was serious, it would affect their foundations, and they might not be able to break through to the training realm for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, they did not care too much. There was only hope if they were alive. If they were dead, then there would be nothing left. Everything is just a struggle. The bloodbat envoy laughed sinisterly. After absorbing Xiao Hongfu's blood, his injuries had healed slightly. The more injuries he recovered, the more power he could use, and his strength would also increase. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren exploded with all their strength, but they were sent flying by the bloodbat envoy's claw. They rolled on the ground like gourds, their bodies covered in dust. They were in an extremely sorry state. Their injuries became even more serious, and they were unable to get up. "If I absorb the blood of the three of you, my injuries will recover a bit more." The bloodbat envoy could sense that Chunzong was still alive. This was a good thing. Otherwise, he would not be interested in absorbing the blood of a dead person. It would not do him any good. However, the bloodbat envoy did not know that at this moment, Chunzong was undergoing a transformation. If he sucked Chunzong's blood dry now, then Chunzong would naturally die, and there would not be any further changes. Just now, the bloodbat envoy's claw was about to dig out Chunzong's heart, but it was blocked by the key that opened the stone room in the mountain wall. After that, the impact of the inner chi was weakened by a portion through the golden silk inner armor and the blood-sinking jade essence, and then by the copper skin. When it rushed into the heart and collided with the true sword of Heaven's End, only a small portion of the inner chi was left. The heart had been tempered by the true sword of Heaven's End skill's minor cycle of chi and blood to the major cycle of Heaven's End skill. In terms of toughness, it was not inferior to a martial artist at the 9th level of the chi and blood realm. It was only slightly injured and unconscious. While unconscious, the blood-sinking jade essence that was penetrated by the inner chi was also affected. It exploded with a large wave of pure blood qi. Following the inner qi, it fiercely surged into Chun Zong's body. Just as it was about to shatter Chun Zong's heart, the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled and released a ray of light. It dispersed the majestic pure blood qi and rapidly circulated it in the true sword of heavens and skill. The blood qi was like a sword, incomparably sharp. It was also like a galloping horse, circulating in the major cycle of heavens and skill over and over again. Under the continuous circulation, the cultivation base that had reached the peak of the 8th level of the qi and blood realm increased by a sliver, completely reaching its limit. However, in an instant, the pure blood qi of the blood-sinking jade essence that surged into his body was extremely majestic. The blood qi circulated faster and faster, becoming more and more condensed. Gradually, it shrank inward. With every cycle that shrank inward, the blood qi seemed to become more condensed. From the 7th level of the qi and blood realm to the 8th level, it was a metamorphosis from the minor cycle to the major cycle of Heaven's End. It was a type of strengthening from the inside to the outside. Although it could not allow the human body to break through its limits, it could make the tendons, bones, and skin harder and more resilient, giving them a stronger endurance. From the 8th level of the qi and blood realm to the 9th level, it was a metamorphosis from the major cycle of Heaven's End skill to the blood and qi furnace. It was a type of strengthening from the outside to the inside, strengthening the human body to a true limit. Over and over again, one cycle after another, Chun Zong's blood and qi were all compressed to the limit and gathered below his heart. It condensed into the shape of a furnace, emitting a scorching heat as if it wanted to cook his heart. Thump, 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 thump. His heart was beating wildly, and his blood was surging like waves. An even more tyrannical power filled his entire body. Chun Zong woke up. After waking up, Chun Zong exploded with power. The 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique increased his strength by 1,000 kilograms, causing Chun Zong's arm strength to reach a shocking 12,000 kilograms. His figure instantly leapt into the air, grabbing the fake frost-flowing sword. He used the wind-stepping steps, covering 10 meters in a single step. Under the 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique's 30% increase in speed, he was so fast that he looked like an afterimage. Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword kill. Following this explosive roar, Chun Zong's killing intent seemed to increase by a fraction. Chapter 117. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. This sword strike contained all of Chun Zong's strength. He used all of his physical strength and qi blood. Originally, Chun Zong would have needed at least a month to break through to the 9th level of the qi and blood realm and condense the blood furnace. That attack from Bloodbat Envoy had caused a large amount of pure blood qi from the blood agglomerating jade essence to surge into his body. He was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, he had the help of a mysterious sword tip to avert the disaster. After surviving the disaster and making a breakthrough, Chun Zong's cultivation reached the 9th level of the qi and blood realm and condensed the blood furnace. The power contained in his qi and blood skyrocketed. His physique was strengthened and his physical strength increased. His physical strength was at least 20% stronger than that of the 8th level of the qi and blood realm. He did not hold back at all. It was a sword full of killing intent. There was nothing else but death. Although Bloodbat Emissary was a master of the qi refining realm, he was severely injured. Chun Zong's sword was extremely powerful. Bloodbat Emissary's eyes were completely white. He could only vaguely see an extremely sharp sword light, like frost, cutting across the sky and instantly killing him. The power contained in that sword made him feel threatened. He could smell the scent of death. "You're still too early to kill me." With a sharp voice, Bloodbat Envoy temporarily gave up on absorbing Jianing and I Chinren's blood. His face was ferocious and his eyes were fierce. He did not dare to use his inner force easily. He poured it into his right claw, which lit up with a pale red luster and tore the air apart. That claw could even tear a piece of precious iron into pieces. It was many times stronger than Zhang Ying's eagle claw. In the white, a few blood-red claw marks streaked across and grabbed at the frost-like sword gleam. Unexpectedly, the sword gleam seemed to be refracted in water. It avoided the claw marks and went for Bloodbat Envoy's chest. Qinzong pushed that sword to the extreme. The sword was longer than the claw, and it landed on the Bloodbat Envoy's chest first. The terrifying power and sharpness directly tore apart the Bloodbat Envoy's cloak, tearing it apart. The astonishing power then shattered it. The tough chest was split open, and the sternum was cut in. Under the sword, Ambassador Bloody Bat flew backward, and the remaining claw power also hit Qinzong's chest. It was so sharp that it could easily tear steel. Qinzong's flesh and blood couldn't resist it at all, even though he was wearing the golden silk inner armor, which was the first level of the body forging skill, Copper Skin. Under the threat of death, Qinzong unleashed some of the qi and blood he had recovered. He barely managed to perform the shadow body movement technique at the consummate stage and quickly moved to the side to dodge. Due to the lack of qi and blood, forcefully executing the perfect realm shadow body movement technique resulted in internal injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but it was better than being torn apart by the claw force. Emissary Bloodbat flew backward. There was a sword wound on his chest, from his shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Large amounts of blood seeped out and fell into the blood pool, splashing countless blood flowers. Huff, 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 Qinzong gasped for breath. He stabbed his sword into the ground to support his body. His chest heaved up and down violently. It was too frightening. That sword was beyond his usual level. Not only was it powerful, but it also gave him an indescribable feeling. Now that he had relaxed, not only did he feel physically weak, but he also felt mentally empty. He was so tired that he wanted to lie down and sleep without caring about anything else. But he couldn't. That sword probably didn't even kill Emissary Bloodbat. At most, he would be severely injured. An injured qi refining realm master was still not to be underestimated. "Let's go," Qinzong said as he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren recovered from the shock. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and they felt extremely weak. But they still held on. They had to leave this place. As for Zhou Dong and Xiao Hongfu's dried corpses, as well as the bodies of the Black Demon Sect warriors, no one cared about them. None of you can leave." A voice full of anger sounded. It was extremely ferocious, and it made Qinzong and the other two's scalps go numb. 3 blood arrows shot through the air with terrifying power that could shatter rocks. Dodge! The 3 hurriedly jumped forward and barely dodged. The ground and the walls of the cave were smashed into basin-sized holes. Emissary Bloodbat rushed out from the blood pool, but it was obvious that his speed was much slower than before. Qinzong and the other 2 rolled on the ground and rushed into the cave. They used all their strength to run. So what if their injuries worsened? As long as they could survive, they would find a way to recover. To put it bluntly, Emissary Bloodbat, who was only wearing a pair of animal skin shorts, rushed out. After he landed, he quickly chased after them. There was a long sword wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen. The blood had stopped flowing, and there was another sword wound on his back. That sword wound seemed to be shining with silver light, revealing a shocking sharpness. His injuries were mainly the sword wound on his back. If compared with the sword wound on his chest, it would form a cross-sword wound. Qinzong and the other 2 quickly rushed out of the cave. Before they could run a few steps, Emissary Bloodbat chased after them. Emissary Bloodbat, who was already heavily injured, was directly hit by Qinzong's sword. His injuries worsened a lot, which made it impossible for him to use his body. However, in Emissary Bloodbat's eyes, Qinzong and the other 2 were already at the end of their rope. Death loomed over Qinzong and the other 2. Even though Emissary Bloodbat was heavily injured, he was still faster than them. He quickly approached them, and his strength was also above them. "So you hid here. You made me chase you for a long time. Just as Emissary Bloodbat leaped towards Chunzong, and his sharp claws were about to pierce through Chunzong's neck, a cold voice sounded. Hearing it, people couldn't help but feel a chill. At the same time, a silver sword light pierced through the sky and shot towards him. "It's you." Emissary Bloodbat's face suddenly changed. He screamed in horror and gave up Chunzong's claws to grab the silver sword light. Once again, he burst out his internal strength that he didn't dare to use. He poured it into his claws and collided with the sword light. The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out. Countless sparks splashed out, and the air waves spread in all directions. Under the tyrannical power, Emissary Bloodbat flew backward at a faster speed. After he landed awkwardly, he rolled a few times. Then he quickly got up and hurriedly rushed to the distance, trying to escape. After the silver-white sword light, a silver-white figure shot out like an arrow, bringing with it a shocking sharpness. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air, instantly passing by Chunzong and the others. It brought with it a shocking sword wind, causing the grass and trees to dance. "Silver Sword Star, don't go too far." Emissary Bloodbat looked back and was horrified. He shouted in a stern voice, "If I want to kill you, you should die." The silver voice was extremely cold. Demon eyes. In the face of danger, Emissary Bloodbat went all out. He turned into a half-human, half-bat, and his aura suddenly became much stronger. However, he didn't turn into a life-and-death battle with Silver Sword Star, but it was convenient for him to escape. Membranes seemed to grow under the arms of his upper body, like the wings of a bat. He flapped his wings and soared into the air, his speed increasing rapidly. The demonic beast that Emissary Bloodbat integrated with was a kind of vampire bat. After demonizing, although he couldn't fly like a real vampire bat, he could do it in a short time, and his speed was very fast. If you were in your best condition, you could escape. But now, you can only die. Silver Sword Star's cold voice rang out again. It was direct and fierce, like an invisible sword piercing straight toward Emissary Bloodbat. Chunzong and the other two people could barely see a silver figure, which seemed to be integrated with the sword light. It was too fast. The sword pierced through the air, ignoring the distance of more than 10 meters. The highly condensed silver sword light seemed to be able to pierce through a hill. Chunzong and the other two people were horrified. They felt like their eyes and everything was being pierced through by the sword light. Emissary Bloodbat let out a blood-curdling scream as his back was pierced through. He fell from the sky and crashed into the ground with a bang, howling in pain. The terrifying power contained in the sword continued to wreak havoc within his body, causing even deeper damage. In fact, Emissary Bloodbat was also unlucky. He saw that Silver Sword Star's cultivation was not as high as his, so he set his eyes on him and planned to absorb his blood to increase his cultivation. However, he didn't expect Silver Sword Star to be so powerful. After a fierce battle, Silver Sword Star actually injured him severely, forcing him to demonize and escape. Even after escaping to this place, he was still chased by Silver Sword Star. Die! Silver Sword Star's eyes were extremely cold. There seemed to be a flash of silver light in them. He raised his sword and slashed toward Emissary Bloodbat, who was struggling to get up. "Kill me as you wish. When the Black Demon sect reappears, you will die. The True Sword Academy will also be reduced to ashes." Emissary Bloodbat said his last words. The silver sword light flashed, and the sword was cut in half. Chunzong and the other two people finally saw Silver Sword Star clearly. He wore a silver-white robe that was very close-fitting, outlining his slender and vigorous figure. However, it didn't appear to be restricting his movements. Instead, it accentuated the sharpness and sharpness of his sword. It seemed to be an outfit specially prepared for sword practitioners. His hair was black, and he wore a silver crown on his head. His face looked like it was carved with a knife. He was resolute and cold. His eyes were indifferent, and his tightly pursed lips looked powerful. His eyes slid past Emissary Bloodbat and landed on Chunzong and the other two people. His cold eyes and the sharpness that he showed just now made Chunzong and the other two people unable to move. It was as if there were three invisible swords hanging over their heads. They were inexplicably shocked. Fortunately, this silver sword star was not an enemy. He only glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. Without saying a word, he turned into a silver-white stream of light and flew away. A few seconds later, he disappeared in front of the three of them. Phew! The three people just let out a sigh of relief. They felt that their bodies were soaked. They didn't dare to relax. They hurriedly took out energy pills and beast blood pills to recover as much energy as possible. Then, they took out Chow Huan pills to heal their internal injuries. They were given these pills when they were out on a mission. They didn't have to pay for them. It was a benefit of being the chief disciple. Chapter 118. Third update. The simple courtyard was located above the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy, as if it was isolated from the world. Tell me everything in detail. Inside the courtyard, a gray-robed old man spoke while tending to the flowers and plants. His tone was calm, like the rolling clouds. His voice calmed the hearts of Chunzong and the other two. This old man was one of the vice principals of the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy, a true martial realm elite. Chunzong and the other two explained the details of the mission and supplemented them one after another. After hundreds of years, the Black Demon sect has appeared again. Is it going to be chaos again? The vice principal muttered to himself in a low voice. Soon after, he turned around and looked over. His seemingly turbid gaze swept over Chunzong and landed on him. A bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen through Chunzong. You injured a Black Demon sect's Chi refining stage martial artist with one strike. He was heavily injured. I was lucky, Chunzong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. As long as an injured refinement realm martial artist can still move normally, he is not someone a blood chi realm martial artist can contend against. You were able to injure him with a single strike, which shows that your strength is extraordinary. The vice principal seemed to admire Chunzong. You are Chunzong, the one taught by Huan Yin swordsman? Yes, Chunzong replied. Do you have any questions? The vice principal was very fond of him. May I ask how powerful the Black Demon sect is, vice principal? Chunzong's mind turned quickly. He realized that he had many questions, but they were all related to the Black Demon sect. After quickly organizing his thoughts, he asked this question. The Black Demon sect was the overlord of the Kingdom era and was the mastermind behind the destruction of the three kingdoms. They must be very powerful, but as for how powerful, Chunzong was very vague. It was like saying that a person was very rich, but no one knew how much money he had. There was no clear concept. Very, very powerful, the vice principal elder said. Although he hadn't experienced the era when the Black Demon sect was wreaking havoc, as a true martial realm martial artist, he understood more and knew more details. The Black Demon sect has a clear hierarchy and a strict system. From top to bottom, there is a sovereign, 2 vice-sovereigns, 12 elders, and 36 protectors. Every one of them is a true martial realm martial artist. Chunzong and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. In total, there were 51 true martial realm experts. One must know that there were only 2 or 3 true martial realm experts in the Seven Lights Martial School. The difference was simply too great. The Blood Chi realm has 9 levels, the Strength Refining realm has 9 turns, and the True Martial realm also has 9 levels. Rumor has it that the Black Demon Sect Master and the 2 Vice Sect Masters have both reached the 9th level of the True Martial realm, and their strength is much stronger than the average 9th level of the True Martial realm. The 12 Elders are at least at the 7th level of the True Martial realm, and the 36 Protectors are at least at the 1st level of the True Martial realm. The Vice Principal's tone was cold and solemn. Due to the fact that they have fused with the blood of demon beasts, their strength is often stronger than martial artists of the same level. Fighting above their level is not a problem at all. Below the Protectors are the 72 Vajras, and they are all experts between the 7th and 9th cycles of the Strength Refining realm. Below them are the 108 Generals, and their cultivation is at least at the 4th cycle of the strength refining realm. After, there are the 360 envoys, and their cultivation is at least at the first cycle of the strength refining realm. The Blood Chi realm experts are known as the Black Demon Disciples. After listening to the Vice Principal's explanation, Chun Zong and the other two felt their hair stand on end. They were horrified. There were just too many experts in the Black Demon sect. In the entire Seven Lights martial school, there were only 2 or 3 true martial realm experts, and there were only a few dozen in the strength refining realm. The Bloodbat envoy you encountered was at least at the second cycle of the strength refining realm. The 3 of them were very lucky. It was really a great fortune for them to be able to survive. Cultivate well. Only with stronger strength can you fight against the Black Demon sect martial artists. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time. After the vice principal finished speaking, he waved his hand and let Chen Zong and the other 2 leave. The revival of such a powerful Black Demon sect was not something Chen Zong and the other 2 could consider. Naturally, the True Martial Alliance's true martial realm experts would consider how to deal with it. What Chen Zong and the other 2 needed to do was to first recover from their injuries, then cultivate diligently, strive for a breakthrough, and step into the strength refining realm. The Black Demon sect is too scary. On the path down the mountain, Zhang Ying's face was filled with a wry smile. According to my understanding, even a number 1 Nangong family in the ultimate martial main city doesn't have more than 10 true martial realm experts. The taciturn Yi Qianren suddenly said. This made Chen Zong and the other 2 even more aware of how scary the Black Demon sect was. I think even the 4 great academies can't compare to the Black Demon sect. Zhang Ying once again smiled wryly. When Chen Zong heard this, a silvery white figure flashed in his mind, especially that silvery white sword light. It was extremely sharp, as if nothing in the world could resist its slash. True Sword Academy. Silver Sword Star. When he heard this name, he had the impulse to draw his sword and show off his edge. The era of kingdoms had ended, and the era of true martial had begun. Under the True Martial Alliance's advocacy, martial arts techniques blossomed everywhere. The previous model was changed, and martial cities were built one after another, turning into a force dominated by clans. Other than clans, there were also some gangs and so on. Other than that, there were also martial academies built under the True Martial Alliance's advocacy. For example, the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy was one of them. There were 4 other martial academies under the Ultimate Martial Academy's jurisdiction, and they were usually led by the Ultimate Martial Academy. The other 4 main cities also had 5 martial academies under their jurisdiction. There were as many as 25 martial academies in the entire Eastern continent. Above the martial academies were the 4 great academies. Unlike the martial academies, which were under the jurisdiction of the main cities, they were completely independent, detached, and extremely powerful. If those who could enter the martial academies to cultivate were elites, then those who could enter the academies were the elites of the elites. Every one of them could become a chi refining martial artist. The True Sword Academy was one of the 4 great academies. As the name implied, it focused on sword training and was the best place for sword training martial artists. During this mission, 2 people died. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren were severely injured. Fortunately, the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy did not mistreat them. They were given all kinds of healing pills and so on, allowing them to recover in a shorter time without leaving any sequelae. Chen Zong was lucky to have the help of the mysterious sword tip. He had even broken through to the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. His injuries were the lightest, and he recovered quickly. Other than that, they also received other compensation, which was 100,000 white jade coins and 10 blood essence pills. However, in the eyes of Zhang Ying and the others, they would rather not have such compensation. The price was too high. On the 3rd floor of the Chief Disciple Building, Chen Zong was focused on cultivating. The 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm was also known as the Blood Furnace. As the name implied, it continuously compressed and condensed the chi and blood of the 8th level of the chi and blood realm until it condensed into a furnace under the heart. The furnace could refine everything. Although the blood and blood furnace could not do that, it could refine energy faster and better, transforming it into chi and blood force to replenish consumption or improve cultivation. At this level, even if one did not actively cultivate, the blood and blood furnace would continue to burn and cultivate on its own, slowly improving one's cultivation until the peak of the 9th level of the chi and blood realm. Of course, the cultivation speed would be several times faster if one actively cultivated. In addition, under the blood and blood furnace, the consumption of chi and blood force would be reduced to the extreme. Everyone would consume chi and blood force regardless of whether they were walking, sitting, or lying down. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the lower the consumption and the more one could maintain one's condition and be in the best state. One had to know that one's condition was very important. Although some martial artists had a high cultivation level and were powerful, they could not exert their full strength due to their poor condition and died. If one's cultivation level was raised to the peak of the 9th level of the chi and blood furnace, the consumption of chi and blood would be reduced to 10% under the effect of the blood and blood furnace. The remaining 99% would be absorbed by the blood and blood furnace and circulated in the body. A lesser dragon subduing hand was blasted out, and the terrifying chi and blood force surged. When it hit the fine iron pillar, it vibrated and left a shallow palm print. If such a palm hit the head, it would be enough to shatter the head. Chunzong slashed out again. Under the force of 10,000 caddies, the power of this sword became extremely terrifying, and it directly cut halfway into the fine iron pillar. My strength has indeed increased by a lot, but how did I use the sword that injured Bloodbat Envoy that day? Chunzong fell into deep thought. That sword was the Heaven-Light Cloud Shadow sword, and he knew very well how to use it. The problem was that when he used that sword, there was another change. It was that change that allowed him to easily avoid Bloodbat Envoy's sharp claws and slash his opponent's chest, causing serious injuries. Otherwise, if he could not hurt his opponent after colliding with his opponent's sharp claws, he would have died. He would not have been able to hold on until the Silver Sword Star appeared. The state at that time was very strange. It was as if all the strength in his body was unified and he could control it freely. It was a wonderful feeling. Now, Chunzong wanted to master such a sword. Once he mastered it, his strength would undoubtedly increase again, and not just by a little bit. He had a hunch that this was the case. Chunzong could only give up for the time being since he could not find a clue after thinking hard. Martial arts was like this. If one could not find a clue, then they would temporarily give up. This meant that one's accumulation was not enough and the time was not right. Otherwise, it would not be good for oneself. Among the 7 halls of the 7 Lights Martial Institution, Tianyao Hall is the most powerful. Every one of them is at least at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. They are also very powerful, surpassing the chief senior brothers of each hall. Now that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, in terms of strength, I can enter Tianyao Hall. Apart from some so-called privileges, the treatment of Tianyao Hall disciples was better than that of the chief senior brothers of each hall. In fact, those privileges were actually a kind of restraint and distraction. However, Tianyao Hall disciples did not need to care about anything. They only needed to enjoy the resources and cultivate wholeheartedly. Entering Tianyao Hall could be said to be the wish of every disciple of the other 6 halls. Even the disciples of Tianyao Hall were the same. Once there was an opportunity, they would definitely seize it and not let it go. Now, that Chunzong felt that he had the strength to do so. Of course, he would not let it go. After this mission and experiencing the great terror between life and death, my cultivation has made a breakthrough. My true sword heavenly art also shows signs of breaking through to the 5th level. I estimate that I will be able to successfully break through after a period of hard work. Then, should I wait until my true sword heavenly art breaks through to the 5th level before challenging Tianyao Hall? Or should I challenge Tianyao Hall now? Let's do it now. The sooner I enter, the better. Time waits for no man, just like when I entered the Seven Lights Martial Institution in advance. After making his decision, Chunzong stood up and left the chief building. He headed to Instructor Yang's residence. It was also in Tianyao Hall, but it was more remote. Chapter 119. There were two ways to enter Tianyao Hall. The first way was to pass through the Bronze Man Tower within the time limit. However, the Mechanism Tower only opened once a year. The second way was to directly challenge a Tianyao Hall disciple. This was the most common way. Currently, Tianyao Hall had a total of 28 disciples. Arranged in order, there were 28 rankings. As long as one fought with the disciple with the lowest ranking and remained undefeated within 15 minutes, one would be qualified to enter Tianyao Hall as a disciple. Unfortunately, Chunzong's opponent was the 28th and 27th ranked disciple. They were temporarily out and could only fight the 26th ranked disciple. It was the former chief disciple of Tianyao Hall, Su Zhantian. The challenge was held in the arena under the gaze of many Seven Lights Martial Institution disciples. The referee was an instructor of Tianyao Hall. That day, I felt that you were different. I didn't expect you to be so far beyond my expectations. Standing 10 meters away from Chunzong, Su Zhantian laughed loudly. Please advise me, senior brother Su. Chunzong smiled and said, I don't dare to advise you. My strength may not be stronger than yours. Su Zhantian was not stupid and was not complacent. He thought that he could defeat Chunzong just because he was a disciple of Tianyao Hall. Although he did not go to watch the battle between Chunzong and Bai Yushan, he received detailed information and knew the result. At that time, Chunzong was only at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Now, his Qi and Blood were exuberant like a burning furnace. It was obvious that he was at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Needless to say, his strength had definitely become stronger. Remember, you're not allowed to use forbidden arts or deliberately hurt others. The instructor of Tianyao Hall said the challenge begins. Chun Shidi, please. Su Zhantian pulled out the saber on his back. The blade was 3.5 fingers wide. The back of the saber was thin and slightly curved, forming a perfect arc. The tip of the saber was astonishingly sharp. This saber was not only good at slashing, but also stabbing. It was shining with a cold light. The blade seemed to have a blurry green light. It looked dazzling. It was a top-notch precious iron saber. Becoming a chief disciple of a hall could obtain a precious iron weapon or a gold-threaded inner armor. However, it was only borrowed. Without the status of a chief disciple, it must be returned. Tianyao Hall was different. Becoming a disciple of Tianyao Hall could directly obtain a precious iron weapon and a gold-threaded inner armor. Chun Shidi, take this. Su Zhantian took a step forward, and when he landed, he immediately crossed 5 meters. With only 2 steps alternating, his blade chopped down on Chunzong's head. The blade light was sharp and direct, firm and overbearing. The light stretched into a line, as if it could split the ring. Chunzong could feel the terrifying air pressure coming from the saber. He could feel the sharpness of the blade cutting through his body. A melodious sound reverberated out. Everyone only felt as if there was a flash of frost in front of their eyes, directly aiming for Su Zhantian's throat. A dot of light blossomed like a cold star. That was Chunzong's sword. Even though it was just an ordinary stab, there was still an indescribable feeling to it, as if it had reached a higher level. Su Zhantian immediately changed his move. The blade that was chopping down was instantly retracted and placed horizontally in front of his throat. It was like an iron chain blocking the river, cutting off everything. Unexpectedly, Chunzong's sword changed in a flash, pointing at Su Zhantian's left shoulder, forcing Su Zhantian to change his move again. Chunzong's sword changed again, cutting towards Su Zhantian's throat. Although Su Zhantian was powerful, he had only reached the level of 1 blade, 5 transformations. Under Chunzong's 1 blade, 6 transformations, he was immediately forced to retreat. You are indeed powerful, 1 blade, 6 transformations. In this aspect, I'm not as good as you. Su Tian sighed from the bottom of his heart. He directly admitted his own shortcomings, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, the outcome of a battle has never been decided by one aspect. Next, I will bring out all of my strength except for the forbidden technique. As soon as his voice fell, Su Tian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, as if he was carrying a fighting spirit that soared into the sky. His entire body seemed to have become even taller. He leaped up and pounced towards Chunzong, chopping down with his blade. This blade was like a volcanic eruption. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. The astonishing blade wind seemed to be able to cut open rocks. Chunzong still did not retreat. The fake frost sword pierced through the air. The sword light was stunning, like frost and snow streaking across the vast sky, carrying a trace of coldness. In a flash, it followed the blade light and attacked Su Tian. This sword was often a bit faster than Su Tian's blade. If Su Tian insisted on chopping down, he would inevitably be chopped by Chunzong's sword first. In the face of danger, Su Tian did not have the intention to withdraw his blade. Instead, he flew up and kicked Chunzong's arm that was holding the sword. Chunzong's sword also did not deviate. His left hand used the lesser subduing dragon hand and slapped towards Su Tian's leg. It was incomparably fierce, like the wind and thunder. The palm and leg collided, bursting out with a terrifying power. The air rippled like water, but the two people's swords were very stable and still attacked each other. This time, Su Tian had no choice but to change his move. He slashed his blade towards the sword light, and his other leg also kicked out, borrowing the force to retreat. Before landing, Chunzong's footsteps were like water gliding forward. His sword swayed, straight in the middle of a curve, stabbing towards Su Tian at an even faster speed. Good. The eyes of the Tianyao Hall instructor lit up. When Chunzong's sword stabbed out, he deliberately used force to shake it, causing the sword to bend and instantly straighten. Naturally, it would burst out with a driving force, causing the sword's speed to increase in an instant. It also had a kind of determination to pierce through everything in front of it. This was not a martial art. It could be said that it had nothing to do with martial arts, but it must be taken seriously. It was a kind of application, a kind of skill. Either one had to go through a lot of practice to be able to detect and master it, or one had a unique talent in the application of power. Do not underestimate this kind of skill. If two people were of equal strength and one knew some small tricks, they would often be able to gain the upper hand unknowingly and win. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Su Tian's footsteps were very fast, but reality proved that retreating was not as fast as entering. He had no choice but to wave his blade. The blade's light danced together, forming an impenetrable wall. It had to be said that Su Tian's strength was still very strong. He was much stronger than Bai Yushan a few months ago. At that time, Chunzong might not have been able to defeat him, but now, Chunzong's strength had increased even more. Sword. The sword was like frost and snow filling the air. In 1 second, there were several sword strikes. The sword strikes were continuous, and the sound of clashing swords filled the air. Sparks flew everywhere. It was very dazzling. For every sword strike, Chunzong would use a small trick to make the blade bend and then straighten it naturally. With his own strength, it became faster and stronger. At first, he was still a little shaky, but he quickly became proficient. With every sword strike, Su Tian would feel the blade vibrate, impacting his wrist and arm, and begin to feel numb. Chunzong's sword was very fast, so Su Tian could only keep parrying. It was very difficult to find a chance to counterattack. Stop, the Tianyao Hall's instructor suddenly said. Chunzong's sword and Su Tian's blade stopped at the same time. Chunzong, you have passed the challenge. You're qualified to become a disciple of Tianyao Hall. Report to Tianyao Hall today. The instructor quickly said. Persisting for a quarter of an hour without being defeated was one way. The other way was to get the instructor's approval. The Tianyao Hall disciple who was challenged must show his true strength. If he did not show mercy, the instructor would naturally be able to tell. Once he showed mercy, the challenge would be immediately judged as a failure. Even the Tianyao Hall disciple who was challenged would be punished. Depending on the severity of the situation, the heaviest punishment would be expulsion from Tianyao Hall. Punishment was one thing, but the main thing was to lose face. No one would be so stupid to make such a mistake. Apart from not using any ranked martial arts and forbidden techniques, Suzhan Tian did not show mercy. However, he was suppressed by Chunzong. It was enough to show that Chunzong's strength was not inferior to Suzhan Tian. Suzhan Tian and Chunzong were somewhat unsatisfied. After all, they had only fought for a few minutes. However, the instructor did not care so much. Congratulations, congratulations. After entering Tianyao Hall, your progress will be a lot faster. Zhaning was very envious. His injuries had not healed yet, and it would take a while. When the time came, he would also have to work hard and strive to enter Tianyao Hall as soon as possible. After this life and death experience, after your injuries are healed, you should have obvious progress. Chunzong said. Yes. Zhaning nodded. He had this confidence. Chunzong returned to Tianyao Hall to tidy up. Brother, I didn't expect you to be ahead of me. Chen Chuyun smiled. It was like an ice lotus blooming on a snowy mountain. It was strangely beautiful, causing Chunzong to be slightly dazed. Chen Chuyun rarely smiled. After bidding farewell to Chen Chuyun, Li Zhenshi, and the others, Chunzong left for Tianyao Hall. After Chunzong left, the chief disciple position of Tianyao Hall was empty. In the end, it was taken by Chen Chuyun. Chen Chuyun's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. His sword skills were fierce and tyrannical. It was difficult to find a match in Tianyao Hall. Tianyao Hall's position was higher than Tianyao Hall. It was above the 6 halls. Chunzong reported. Tianyao Hall exists for the sake of the 4 great academies. The Tianyao Hall instructor said directly. Chunzong listened attentively. Every Tianyao Hall disciple's only task is to cultivate diligently. It would be best if they could break through to the Qi refining realm. That would mean that they would have a 90% chance of entering the 4 great academies. The instructor spoke with assurance. Even if they can't break through, they must do their best to improve their strength and strive to enter the 4 great academies to strengthen the academy's reputation. When you first enter Tianyao Hall, you can choose a precious iron weapon and a golden silk inner armor. If you already have a precious iron weapon and a golden silk inner armor, you can exchange them for jade coins. You will also receive 20,000 white jade coins every month. In addition, the disciples of the Tianyao Hall can read and study any martial arts of the Martial Arts Institute that are below the superior grade of the human level. However, if you want to practice the superior grade of the human level martial arts, you must enter the top 10. There was a ranking list for Tianyao Hall disciples. There were a total of 28 people. Now, including Chunzong, he was 29th. It seemed easy to enter the top 10, but in reality, it was not easy. In addition, he could receive pills for treating external and internal injuries for free. However, he did not need pills that could help with cultivation because every Tianyao Hall disciple's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Pills that could help one break through to the Qi refining realm were too precious. Do you have any questions? The instructor asked after he finished speaking. No, Chunzong said. The 4 great academies recruit disciples once every 3 years. This time, there is still half a year. Cultivate well, and see if you can stand out and become a disciple of the 4 great academies. The instructor finally said. Chunzong had the fake frost flowing sword. When he was the head senior brother of Tianyao Hall, he had chosen the golden silk inner armor. However, he had already returned it. Now he had obtained another golden silk inner armor and 200,000 white jade coins. He had also obtained a few grass-returning pills, which were quite effective in treating internal injuries. Chapter 120. Let's go. We're going to get on the list. This is the ranking. Su Zhantian pointed at a stone tablet in front of him and said. The stone tablet was white. It was 5 meters tall and less than half a meter wide. It stood upright on the ground like a sword and pointed straight at the sky. Wooden plates hung from top to bottom of the stone tablet. Every wooden plate had a name. Su Zhantian's plate was 26th, and Chen Zong's plate was 29th. The number 1 is called Gu Xiaolin. He has been number 1 for more than a year. His cultivation had reached the forced training realm a year ago. Su Zhantian said, Forced training realm. Chen Zong was surprised. That's right. The top 3 have all reached the forced training realm. Su Zhantian's tone was very certain. As such, it was basically impossible to fight for the top 3. After all, the gap between the Qi and forced training realms was huge. But fortunately, there was still the 4th to 10th place to fight for. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. Chen Zong's gaze moved down from top to bottom. Gu Xiaolin, Lu Shuiyan, Yan Zhongjing, Bai Qiuming. Bai Qiuming from the Bai family? Chen Zong asked. Yes, Bai Qiuming is from the Bai family. Su Zhantian nodded and looked at Chen Zong strangely. It seemed that Chen Zong had a lot of conflicts with Bai Yushan and the rest of the Bai family. Chen Zong, there are many disciples of the Bai family in the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Su Zhantian reminded. Among the 5 martial academies in the ultimate martial main city, the disciples of the 2nd and 3rd forces will mainly enter the ultimate martial academy, except for the number 1 Nangong family. The disciples of the 4th to 8th forces will be assigned to the other 4 martial academies. They will not offend each other. It was as if they were dividing an invisible territory. Obviously, the Bai family disciples were mainly concentrated in the Seven Lights Martial Academy. I'm afraid Bai Qiuming will target you, Su Zhantian said. Bai Yushan was seriously injured and left the Seven Lights Martial Academy. He had lost face for the Bai family. Bring it on. Chen Zong smiled. He was not afraid at all. As long as the opponent's cultivation was still at the vitality realm, he would not be afraid. Of course, even if the opponent was at the force training realm, he would not be afraid. At most, he would not be able to defeat the opponent. There was a martial arts depository tower in Tianyao Hall. It contained all kinds of cultivation techniques and martial arts. It basically included everything from the other 6 halls. There were also a few cultivation techniques and martial arts that the other 6 halls didn't have. The Tianyao Hall's martial scripture tower was divided into 5 floors. The first floor stored miscellaneous notes, personal letters, and so on. The second floor stored martial arts of the low-grade human stage. The third floor stored martial arts of the mid-grade human stage. The fourth floor stored martial arts of the high-grade human stage. The fifth floor stored martial arts of the supreme-grade human stage. Chen Zong could enter and exit the first 4 floors at will. Only the top 10 were qualified to enter the 5th floor. This was also a kind of incentive for the Tianyao Hall. Chen Zong scanned the first 3 floors and didn't find anything unexpected. After entering the 4th floor, he found several seemingly good cultivation methods and martial arts, which could be regarded as the top ones in the superior class of the human stage and were more powerful. However, Chen Zong now had the true sword heavenly skill, so he didn't need to use any cultivation techniques. There was still room for improvement in the Lone Star sword art, so he didn't need a new sword art for the time being. His doppelganger body technique hadn't reached the minute subtlety realm, so he didn't need it for the time being. My cultivation is at the beginning of the Qi and Blood realm level 9. It will take a long time to reach the peak. Chen Zong thought to himself in the cultivation room of the small building. He was thinking if there was any way to speed up his cultivation. After all, the 4 academies would be recruiting disciples in half a year. He definitely didn't want to miss it. He couldn't help but think of the process of breaking through from Qi and Blood realm level 8 to level 9. He touched the blood-sinking jade essence in his chest and shook his head. Although that method was fast, it was very dangerous. It required an expert in the Qi refining realm to strike the blood-sinking jade essence with their inner strength. It was very dangerous, and one careless mistake could cost one's life. It was okay to take risks in order to improve one's cultivation, but this method was too extreme. He couldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Let's find an instructor and see if I can get more blood essence pills. If not, I can only buy them directly. Shenzong thought to himself. With 200,000 white jade coins and another 20,000 white jade coins every month, it would be a waste not to use them. True Sword Heaven Skill Level 4 Peak. I'll break through to level 5 first to increase my strength, Shenzong thought to himself. Once the True Sword Heaven Skill Level 5 reached level 5, his strength would increase and his cultivation speed would increase again. The time needed to reach the peak of Qi in Blood Realm level 9 would be shortened again. Also, since the body forging technique has reached level 1, I can start cultivating level 2. However, I'll need the Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill. Shenzong immediately frowned. The Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill was a type of pill. It was different from the Frostfire Cleansing Membrane Ointment. Even if Shenzong knew the detailed method, it would be difficult for him to refine it because he wasn't an alchemist. I'll find an alchemist from the Martial Arts Academy to help me refine it. Although this might cause the prescription to leak out, it was still better than spending a lot of time learning how to refine medicine. The current plan was to focus on increasing his cultivation and strength. After cultivating the True Sword Heaven skill for 2 hours, Shenzong still had a feeling that he was about to break through. He knew that the time wasn't right yet. However, after experiencing the great terror of life and death, it should be soon. Within these few days, Shenzong thought to himself. He didn't get up, but his body swayed and split into another Shenzong. It seemed difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, but if someone with keen senses were to pay closer attention, they would be able to sense the difference in the aura and distinguish the real from the fake. However, it wouldn't be so easy in battle. This was the doppelganger body technique at the perfect realm. It was already difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Under the doppelganger, he dashed toward a refined iron pillar at the same time as Shenzong. However, Shenzong had a sword in his hand, while the doppelganger didn't. When the sword was unsheathed, a cold light like frost and snow streaked across the air. The cold suddenly dropped, and a sword mark appeared on the refined iron pillar. Shenzong calmed his mind and focused. Every time he swung his sword, he would try his best to recall the feeling of injuring Bloodbat Envoy. He tried his best to capture it. It felt like he was about to grasp it, but also like it was very far away. After cultivating for an hour, Shenzong still couldn't get the hang of it. He wasn't in a hurry, so he switched to the Lone Star Sword technique. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi in Blood Realm, his Qi and blood energy became stronger and purer. His recovery speed was faster, and he could perform the Lone Star Illumination many times. The cultivation effect was excellent. Sword after sword, lonely stars lit up one after another, leaving clear sword marks on the refined iron pillar. When his Qi and blood energy were exhausted, the refined iron pillar was full of holes. It was equivalent to being half destroyed. The Lone Star Illumination at the perfect realm was even more powerful. After recovering his Qi and blood energy, Shenzong took the fake frost sword and the handwritten prescription for the Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill and left the building. The instructor agreed to supply Shenzong with blood essence pills until Shenzong's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and blood realm. After that, he went to the medicine building. Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill. This is a pill for refining tendons and meridians. Alchemist Gao Jinkai looked at the prescription in his hand, his eyes wide open, and exclaimed, "That's right." Shenzong's tone was very certain. Fierce Blood Tiger Bone Glue, Dark Cloud Panther Bone Glue, Tendon Severing Grass. Good. A pill refined from this combination is indeed capable of tempering the tendons and meridians, causing them to become even more tenacious. Gao Jinkai muttered to himself with extreme excitement. Alchemist Gao, can the Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill be refined? Shenzong interrupted Gao Jinkai's excitement and asked calmly, "I haven't refined it before. I'll have to try to find out." Gao Jinkai didn't even raise his head. He focused on studying the prescription while replying, and then said, "There's a 50% chance." 50%. Chun Zong muttered. If it were him, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. No matter how much he refined, it would be useless. Of course, if he wanted to learn alchemy, he might be able to do it, but it would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Even if his learning ability was outstanding, it would be difficult to do it without half a year or more. Alchemist Gao, help me calculate how many jade coins are needed to refine a tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill. Chun Zong asked. Money was limited, so he had to plan reasonably. The raw materials needed to refine a cauldron of tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill cost about 80,000 white jade coins. Each cauldron can produce 3 to 5 pills. Gao Jinkai said after silently calculating, causing Chun Zong's expression to suddenly change. Based on this calculation, even the cheapest pill would cost more than 10,000 white jade coins. The more expensive ones would cost more than 20,000 white jade coins. Don't forget that Gao Jinkai had said that the success rate was 50%. The price had doubled again, and this was only the cost of the raw materials. Chun Zong didn't know how many tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills he would need to reach the second layer of the body forging technique. Chun Zong, let me discuss it with you. Gao Jinkai suddenly looked at Chun Zong. His eyes lit up, causing Chun Zong to jump in fright. Alchemist Gao, please speak. Chun Zong took a step back. Can you transfer this prescription to the Martial Arts Academy? Gao Jinkai quickly said, Don't worry. The Martial Arts Academy will definitely not treat you unfairly. Transfer it to the Martial Arts Academy. Chun Zong seemed to be deep in thought. There seemed to be a way, but it depended on the value. I have 2 proposals. First, transfer the prescription to the Martial Arts Academy. I will give you 1 million white jade coins in one go, and you will have to buy it after refining. Each pill will only cost 20,000 white jade coins. Gao Jinkai said. 20,000 white jade coins for one pill was actually very cheap. After all, the raw materials were so expensive. Including the failure rate and the time and energy spent, there was no profit at all. What about the second? Chun Zong was not in a hurry. The second is that you will be given 1 tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill for free every time you refine a furnace. It will always be effective whether you succeed or fail. The first condition was undoubtedly to see the benefits in a short period of time. After all, 1 million white jade coins could be obtained directly. The second condition was to take a longer time and accumulate slowly. The final harvest would definitely be greater. Alchemist Gao, if I can provide you with a detailed refining method, can you increase the success rate? Chun Zong suddenly asked. Of course, if there is a detailed refining method, the success rate can be increased by at least 20 or 30%. Gao Jinkai's eyes lit up again. If you can provide a detailed refining method, then I will make the decision. The first condition will be increased from 1 million to 2 million. The second condition will be increased from 1 pill to 2 pills. Alchemist Gao, before I choose, let me ask you something. How much time will you use to refine the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill? Chun Zong was worried that he would have to wait for too long. I will postpone other refinements. At least for the next few years, I will focus on refining the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill. Don't worry, in the Seven Lights Martial School, there are 2 other people who have the ability to refine it other than me. I will ask them to take some time to refine it. After all, the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill can temper the tendons and veins. It is good for Qi and Blood Realm martial practitioners, and it is also good for Force Refinement Realm martial practitioners. There is a huge market for it. Gao Jinkai guaranteed. In that case, I choose the second condition. Chun Zong said. After that, the delivery was completed under the witness of the instructors and the others. After letting out a sigh of relief, Chun Zong returned and continued to cultivate. Time passed by. On the 5th day, as he cultivated, Chun Zong suddenly felt his blood and qi surging. The flow speed increased once again, and the power of his blood and qi became sharper. The power contained within seemed to have increased as well. Chapter 121. Second update. Seeking subscription. Seeking monthly votes. I didn't go looking for you, but you actually have the guts to come looking for me. Bai Qiuming's face was cold, and his gaze was cold and sharp. It was like a sword that wanted to pierce through Chunzong. Ha! Chunzong only laughed when he heard this. True Sword Heavenly Art had reached the 5th stage, and his strength had increased again. Chunzong wanted to challenge the top 10. The top 3 were all at the training realm, so he could ignore them for now. 4th to 10th could be challenged. Bai Qiuming was a disciple of the Bai family. When he first entered Brilliant Sword Hall, Bai Yulo came looking for trouble. After that, Bai Yushan repeatedly made things difficult for him, and then there were Bai Mingze and Bai Gu's provocations. It could be said that Chunzong had many conflicts with the Bai family, especially when Bai Yushan left Seven Lights Martial Academy after being heavily injured. It was a humiliation. Chunzong did not believe that a disciple of the Bai family would give up just like that. It was certain that Bai Qiuming would come looking for trouble with him. It was only a matter of time. Rather than waiting, why not take the initiative? You cannot be heavy-handed in a ranking challenge. The instructor's tone was strict. Don't worry, instructor. I will show mercy. Bai Qiuming smiled. His right hand gripped the hilt and slowly pulled out the precious iron sword. The sword's body shone with a water-like radiance, like a clear stream that emitted a slight chill. The sword swayed like a cold stream and spread out. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chunzong. Chunzong's sword was still in its scabbard. When Bai Qiuming's water-like sword arrived, he suddenly gripped the hilt and pulled it out of the scabbard. The sword's radiance was like a waning moon that streaked across the sky. It seemed to have come from the cold winter, sprinkling frost and snow. As it flashed by, the chill suddenly dropped. The two swords clashed, and the sound of metal clashing rang. The ear-piercing sound pierced through metal and cracked stone, and countless sparks burst out. To be ranked 4th in Brilliant Sky Hall and still be able to maintain his position despite being challenged so many times, Bai Qiuming's strength was very strong. This strength was not only experienced in grade martial arts, but also in foundation establishment martial arts. His sword art was unleashed. Layers of fluctuating swords radiance like a cold stream. All of them attacked Chunzong. The air was filled with chill. Under the fake frost-flowing sword, cold light radiated in all directions. Frost and snow spread, and the coldness increased. The two swords clashed again and again. Bai Qiuming's one sword 6 transformations, and Chunzong also used one sword 6 transformations. Even though he could use one sword 8 transformations, he still had to hold back, unless he was weaker than his opponent. Using the same one sword, 6 transformations, the two of them changed at an extremely fast speed. They were evenly matched, and for a moment, there was no clear winner. This newcomer isn't bad. He can actually fight Bai Qiuming to this extent. Meng Changchun, who was ranked 6th, nodded. He does have some skill, but this is not Bai Qiuming's true strength. He had challenged Bai Qiuming twice and knew that Bai Qiuming was very strong. How strong could a person who had just entered the Tianyao Hall be? Qi Fei curled his lips and said indifferently. He had challenged Bai Qiuming twice and knew that Bai Qiuming was very powerful. Kang Yuan, who was ranked 10th, faintly stared at Chunzong. He seemed to be interested, but no one knew what he was thinking. He was one of the Tianyao Hall disciples who was present when they challenged the wooden dummy tower, so he paid quite a bit of attention to Chunzong. As for the top 3, the battles between the Qi and Blood realms no longer piqued their interest. Because their cultivation had reached the Qi refining realm, there was still a lot of room for improvement. They were racing against time to cultivate and increase their cultivation as much as possible. They were striving to get a good ranking in the 4 great academies' disciple recruitment. Every time Bai Qiuming struck, the sole of his right foot would twist slightly. It was very subtle, and most people would not even notice it. However, as the battle progressed, Chunzong gradually noticed this. He realized that every time Bai Qiuming's foot twisted, his strike would become more powerful. I can also give a try. Chunzong thought to himself. He immediately applied what he learned and twisted his right foot to try to exert force. He failed the first time and was almost stabbed by Bai Qiuming's sword. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. Bai Qiuming had his own little tricks, and so did Chunzong. However, Chunzong began to learn Bai Qiuming's little tricks in addition to his own. After the first failure, he tried a second time, a third time, and a third time. Chunzong observed and experimented, finding flaws and improving them. Only the instructor had noticed this, and no one else had. He thrust his sword at Bai Qiuming. The sword light was like frost, and the air seemed to be frozen. He took a step forward and twisted his right foot in an instant. A burst of energy burst out, and in the blink of an eye, it went from his thigh to his waist to his right arm. The speed of the sword immediately increased, becoming faster and fiercer. The sword trembled, and in an instant, it bent and straightened, increasing its speed again. Bai Qiuming's pupils shrank. This sword actually increased its speed twice in a row. Not only was it faster, but it was also fiercer, exceeding his reaction time. Barely able to swing his sword, the fake frost-flowing sword pierced Bai Qiuming's sword. The terrifying energy burst out, causing the sword to bend inwards. Bai Qiuming's wrist shook, and the energy burst out. The sword trembled and straightened, bouncing the sword away. Just as he was about to counterattack, another sword light appeared in front of him. It was Chunzong's sword. After being bounced back, he used the rebound force to straighten his sword and attack again. What a brilliant technique. The instructor was shocked. This kind of technique in the hands of a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist gave off a surreal feeling. Even some Qi training realm martial artists might not be able to do it. Genius! This kid is truly a battle genius. The instructor exclaimed again. Compared to the battle with Su Zhantian not long ago, Chunzong had undoubtedly improved. Of course, it could also be that he did not use his full strength during the battle with Su Zhantian. In a flash, Bai Qiuming's body retreated like an arrow. In theory, retreating was slower than advancing, but using a footwork technique would make retreating much faster than advancing normally. After pulling apart the distance, Bai Qiuming's blood energy burst out instantly. His long sword trembled, and the sword light trembled like cold water. There seemed to be the sound of water splashing, and then it turned into a small river that swept across the air and rushed towards Chunzong. It looked like a cold river, but in reality, it was formed by streaks of rapidly thrusting sword light. It was unstoppable. This was a supreme-grade mortal rank sword technique kept on the 5th floor of Heavenly Illumination Hall Scripture Tower, long flow sword style. Lone Star illuminates the world. Bai Qiuming's strength was profound, and he had also cultivated long flow sword style to great mastery. Its application was brilliant, and its flaws were hard to find. Only a rank martial art could resist it. The Lone Star lit up, and loneliness spread out. The feeling of perfection grew stronger. Lone Star sword style. The instructor was stunned. He knew that Lone Star sword style was difficult to cultivate, but he did not expect Chunzong to have mastered it. Moreover, it looked like it was the second stage that had never been recorded in Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy. It had reached a very high level. Bai Qiuming's willpower was very strong, but he was still affected. He felt as if he was isolated by everyone and abandoned by the world. The loneliness filled his heart. Not good. Bai Qiuming was experienced in battle after all, and he immediately reacted. However, the sword technique he used became weak, and the Lone Star was already in front of him. Explode. In the face of danger, Bai Qiuming flicked a finger with his left hand. His finger was red, and a large amount of blood energy poured into it erupted instantly, turning into a terrifying force that could shatter steel. The finger collided with the tip of the sword, and the sword shook violently. The Lone Star shattered. It was another supreme-grade mortal rank martial art, iron-rending finger. Bai Qiuming had cultivated it to minor mastery, and its power was extraordinary. The sword curved and straightened, and stabbed at an even faster speed. Bai Qiuming immediately retreated and counterattacked with his sword, but he was still a bit too slow. The tip of the sword slashed across and left a wound on Bai Qiuming's face. Blood flowed out. One sword, 7 transformations. The mentor was shocked for the third time. He has actually reached the realm of one sword, 7 transformations. The spectating disciples of Tianyao Hall were also shocked. Before this, only Gu Xiaolin, who was ranked first, had reached this realm. Bai Qiuming was furious. In terms of cultivation, the two were on par, but he did not have the upper hand in terms of power. In terms of technique, he was not as good as his opponent. In terms of rank martial arts, although he was better in terms of rank, he could not gain the upper hand in terms of power. He did not know that Chunzong had cultivated the true Sword Sky Supreme art to the 5th layer, which could increase the power of his sword by 70%. This kind of increase was just too terrifying. The long flow sword arts, iron rending finger, and flying arrow steps were used one after another. Besides the forbidden arts, Bai Qiuming used all of his strength. The sword light was like a cold current, and the finger energy was strong and terrifying. Not only was his speed fast, but he also had a shocking aura. Apart from Bloodbat Envoy, this was the most powerful blood and blood realm opponent Chunzong had ever faced. The feeling of being evenly matched was great. It made one's blood boil as they fought to their heart's content. The more they fought, the worse Bai Qiuming's expression became. This was because his blood and blood force was starting to run out. The power of human rank martial art was very strong, but it also consumed a lot of blood and blood force. On the other hand, Chunzong did not show any signs of exhaustion. When Chunzong cultivated the true Sword Sky Supreme art to the 4th layer, his blood and blood force was twice as pure. When he cultivated to the 5th layer, it was twice as pure. Including the increase in cultivation, his blood and blood force had already surpassed most peak 9th level blood and blood realm martial artists. His recovery speed was even faster, and he also had the blood sinker jade essence. How could Bai Qiuming compete with Chunzong in terms of consumption? Gradually, Bai Qiuming began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Chunzong took the opportunity to attack. Under the one sword 7 transformations, Bai Qiuming was forced to retreat. In the end, he was forced out of the ring by Chunzong. This kind of defeat made him very unwilling. However, a defeat was a defeat. He would get back at Chunzong next time. Chunzong, I will challenge you next time. Just you wait. Bai Qiuming spat before leaving in a hurry. You won't have the chance. Chunzong's reply was very domineering. His opponent would improve, and so would he. He believed that his improvement would be greater than his opponent's. Bai Qiuming was actually defeated. The spectating disciples were all stunned. A newcomer who had just entered Heavenly Illumination Hall a few days ago had actually rushed ahead of them. Although they were unwilling, they had seen the entire battle. He had indeed defeated Bai Qiuming with his own strength, even if the process was very difficult. On the ranking board, Chunzong's name tag was placed at the 4th position. The 3 names above him were not people he could challenge for the time being. Compared to the 29th place, the 4th place's treatment was much better. Other than being able to enter the 5th floor of the Martial Scripture Tower, he could also receive 70,000 white jade coins every month. No matter when, money was very important to a martial artist. They might not be able to use it for the time being, but if they saved it up, it would eventually come in handy. This was because cultivation itself was something that consumed a lot of resources. Chapter 122. Third update. 5th floor of the Scripture Tower. Long flow sword style. After mastering it, the sword will be like a surging river, iron-breaking finger. After mastering it, the fingers will be hard. Under the stimulation of chi and blood, the fingers will be able to shatter steel, great iron-breaking hand, heavy mountain fist, wild gale chop, deadly chain claw, gale kick, raging wave spear. Chunzong realized that there were not many ultimate mortal rank martial arts recorded on the 5th floor. There were only one fist, leg, finger, claw, sword, and spear. There were no extra choices. Moreover, if one did not cultivate these 8 martial arts, they would not be able to find a suitable ultimate mortal rank martial art to cultivate. For example, a martial artist like I Chien who cultivated dual truncheons. There were only 3 cultivation arts. There were 2 movement arts. There were also 2 footwork arts. This did not surprise Qinzong. After all, there were relatively few ultimate mortal rank martial arts. For example, none of the families in the entire Wind Martial City had a single ultimate mortal rank martial art or art. But the Seven Lights Martial Academy had more than a dozen of them, which was already very good. The Lone Star Shining World is equivalent to the top rank mortal realm, which is only half a step away from the Tittle realm. I have confidence that I can make a breakthrough within a month. But the Truth realm is way too hard. I can choose the long flow sword art. Other than sword style, maybe cultivating a hand martial art is also a good choice. Qinzong could not help but recall the battle with Bai Qiuming. Other than long flow sword style, Bai Qiuming had also cultivated Iron Breaking Finger. When used, its power was undoubtedly very strong. Qinzong was a little tempted by Iron Breaking Finger. But after looking at Great Iron Breaking Hand, it was a palm martial art. It was the kind of palm martial art that was fierce and tough. But it was not limited to the front of the palm. It could also be used to attack the back of the hand. It was more flexible than normal palm martial arts, just like a sans hoe. In the description, Great Iron Breaking Hand was also very powerful. One palm strike could break steel and iron. Its power was very terrifying. Qinzong was also tempted. Great Iron Breaking Hand and Iron Breaking Finger were both hand martial arts. Time and energy were limited. Cultivating one was enough. In the end, Qinzong decided to cultivate the Iron Hand. Then, he looked at the Wild Wind leg art. Once his legs were kicked out, they would roll up a wild wind and roar. It was different from the reserve power of the Great Iron Shattering Hand. Not only was the momentum astonishing, but the power was also extraordinary. Qinzong imagined himself mastering the sword art, the palm art, and the leg art. He should be very flexible in battle. However, it was more difficult to cultivate the superior class of the human rank. He had already chosen a sword art and a palm art, and now he chose a leg art. Undoubtedly, it would be a serious waste of time and energy. Walking down from the 5th floor to the 1st floor, Qinzong looked for some books that he had not seen before. What is this? At a glance, Qinzong saw a book in the corner of the highest floor. It looked very old, but the pages were very straight. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. Qi and Blood Realm, Level 10. Qinzong could not help but be shocked. That's fake. The deacon in charge of the martial arts depository reminded him with a smile when he saw the book Qinzong was holding. It's okay. I'm just looking around. Qinzong replied with a smile, but he was very curious. For a long time, the first major realm for a martial artist was the Qi and Blood Realm. There were 9 levels in total, and the peak of the 9th level was the limit. After that, one would have to break through to the Strength Refining Realm. It was the first time he had heard of the Qi and Blood Realm Level 10. No, it should be said that he had seen it before. Opening the book, Qinzong read it carefully. He did not know who wrote this book, but the description was very detailed. The Qi and Blood Realm Level 10 was also known as the Great Perfection of Blood, or the pure Yang Qi and Blood. As the name implied, it was to refine and purify one's qi and blood over and over again until it was as pure and heavy as mercury. Every drop of qi and blood contained vigorous power, and it was extremely yang without any impurities. When one reached the great perfection of blood and blood, one would be able to cultivate a leakless body. In other words, one would be able to lock all the natural exhaustion of one's body and automatically form an internal cycle without any leakage. This meant that one's body could be maintained at its peak state. Moreover, one's qi and blood were extremely yang and could resist evil. After reading it, Qinzong was very shocked and moved. Although the deacon said that it was fake, it still left a deep impression in Qinzong's heart. Unfortunately, there was only a description in the book. There was no cultivation method for great perfection of blood and blood. It was no wonder that it was fake. Putting the book back, Qinzong took the handwritten copies of the long stream sword technique and the iron shattering hand and left the martial arts depository. After cultivating, as usual, he began to read the long stream sword technique and carefully studied it. The long stream sword technique was not divided into the first, second, or third level. Instead, it had two moves. The first move was called Long Stream Rush, and the second move was called Long Stream Endless. Long Stream Endless was the enhanced version of Long Stream Rush. It was more powerful. The two moves were also in a progressive relationship and could be used together. After all, the Long Stream Sword technique was a superior grade mortal rank sword technique. It was even more difficult to cultivate than the Lone Star Sword technique. However, Chunzong was no longer the same as before. He had improved in all aspects, so he gradually mastered it. On the 8th day, under the guidance of Chunzong's Qi and Blood, he unleashed his Qi and Blood with a unique technique and route. With a swing of his sword, the sword light rushed forward like a rushing river, directly hitting the fine iron pile. Wherever the sword light passed, the fine iron pile was immediately cut in half. That half of the sword mark was as big as the mouth of a bowl, and its power was amazing. Not bad. I've mastered the Long Stream Rush. Chunzong nodded to himself. He had mastered a superior grade, mortal rank sword technique to the beginner level in 8 days. If others knew about it, they would be shocked. The Long Stream Sword technique was different from the Diffraction Sword technique. The second move was based on the first move. However, as long as the first move reached the beginner level, he could continue to cultivate it. On the 10th day, after Chunzong used the rushing stream, the sword light paused for a moment, and then the second sword strike was unleashed. This sword strike was faster and more urgent, and it even had a feeling that it was endless. Endless Stream Rush. Not good enough. Looking at the dense and scattered cuts on the fine iron pile, Chunzong frowned slightly. This move could only be regarded as half of the beginner level. It would take a few more days for him to reach the beginner level. At this time, someone came to Chunzong. It was someone from the Elixir Building. Gao Jinkai, the pharmacist, asked him to inform Chunzong to go there. Could it be that the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill has been successfully refined? Chunzong guessed secretly. Sure enough, after Gao Jinkai got the detailed refining steps, he finally refined the first batch after a few days of experiments. There were 3 pills in total. According to the agreement, Chunzong could get 2 pills in each batch, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. He took 2 tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills back to the building and began to practice the 4th to 6th moves of the body forging art. Chunzong had already mastered the 9 moves of the body forging art. After taking the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill, he felt that his tendons and veins were constantly being pulled and bounced. There was an indescribable strange feeling. It was painful and numb at the same time. 2 pills in 2 days. Chunzong waved his sword and carefully felt his tendons and veins. They seemed to have become more flexible and powerful. However, the effect was not obvious because he had not practiced for long. 2 moves of the Long Stream Sword technique have reached the beginner level. Let's practice the Iron Shattering Hand. The Iron Shattering Hand was only 1 move, but it could be performed with the palm, the back of the palm, or the edge of the palm. It was quite flexible. Another 8 days passed. Chunzong activated his Qi and Blood. In an instant, his left palm was filled with blood and turned red. He slammed his palm heavily on the refined iron pillar. With a bang, the refined iron pillar shook violently and was dented by more than 3 inches. However, Chunzong also felt his left palm go numb and painful. If this palm hit a person's body, his left hand would not feel pain. After all, the body of flesh and blood could not be compared to precious iron. The effect of strength was also mutual. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed since Chunzong entered Tianyao Hall. After ranking 4th, he took a blood essence pill every day. With the help of the blood agglomerating jade essence, his cultivation improved rapidly. He had reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm and was approaching the late stage. At this speed, he would definitely reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm within 2 months. One had to know that Chunzong's Qi and Blood were much purer than ordinary Qi and Blood Realm cultivators. While there were many benefits, it also meant that it was more difficult to improve his cultivation. Ever since the first batch of tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills was successfully refined, Gao Jinkai would successfully refine a batch every 3 days. Because of the detailed refining steps, the initial success rate was 80%. It kept increasing until it reached 100% success rate. Chunzong also continuously received tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills and took one a day. As time passed, Chunzong could feel that his tendons and veins were constantly being tempered and strengthened. Even his muscles were being strengthened. It was the 30th day since he entered Tianyao Hall, which was exactly 1 month old. He performed the long stream sword technique, performing the long stream rushing and long stream endless. The sword light surged forward like a torrent and became continuous. In an instant, it was as if it had broken through some kind of restraint. It became faster, faster, and stronger. It directly broke a refined iron pillar that was as thick as a thigh. Countless sword marks crisscrossed at the fracture. Minor accomplishment. To be able to break a refined iron pillar that was as thick as a thigh so easily. The long stream sword technique itself was powerful. Secondly, it was the sharpness of the fake frost sword. After all, it was a top-notch precious iron sword. Even a precious iron block would be left with sword marks, let alone a refined iron pillar that was obviously not as tough as precious iron blocks. On the 40th day, Chunzong's left hand quickly struck the refined iron pillar. His palm was red and his strength was restrained. With a bang, the refined iron pillar immediately bent and sank in a few inches. The great iron-shattering hand had also reached the minor accomplishment realm. The effect of striking empty-handed and using a sword were completely different. Logically speaking, Chunzong should have felt pain and numbness in his palm at this time. However, there was no pain, only numbness. It seemed that the effects of consuming the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills to cultivate the second layer of the body forging technique were very significant. His tendons and veins have been tempered and strengthened, and even his skin and muscles have been strengthened. On the 50th day, Chunzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. His Qi and Blood force had become even purer. On the 70th day, he performed the 2 moves of the long stream sword technique and easily destroyed the refined iron pillar. The continuous sword light pierced through the air and left dense sword marks on the second refined iron pillar that was a few meters away. The sword marks crisscrossed and penetrated more than 3 inches into the iron. Great accomplishment realm. On the 80th day, Chunzong struck again with his left hand. With a bang, the refined iron pillar was violently shaken and bent. It was even uprooted and flew backward. Chapter 123. I forgot to update my crazy writing. Here's the 4th update, and the 5th one is almost done. His Qi and Blood were like swords, sharp and cutting, but Chunzong did not feel any pain. After 2 hours of cultivation, he stopped. His Qi and Blood gradually calmed down and maintained a uniform speed. My cultivation has finally reached the peak of Qi and Blood Stage 9, and my True Sword Heavenly Supreme technique is about to reach the peak of the 5th stage. On the 3rd floor of the small building, Chunzong smiled from the bottom of his heart. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the peak of the Qi and Blood stage. If he broke through, he would reach the force training stage. It would not be that easy. Chunzong could not help but think of the words Qi and Blood stage 10. Does the Qi and Blood stage of perfection exist? Ever since he saw it that day, it had taken root in his heart. It was like a brand and also like a yearning. Shaking his head, Chunzong felt that it was unrealistic. My cultivation is at the peak of Qi and Blood stage 9, and my True Sword Heavenly Supreme technique has not reached the peak of the 5th stage, but it's not far from the 6th stage. In addition, my Lone Star Illumination, Shadow Clone technique, Long Flow, Sword technique, Greater Mastery, iron-shattering hand, and I'm not far from mastery of the second stage of body tempering technique. In terms of strength, I'm much stronger than when I first entered Tianyao Hall. Chunzong muttered to himself. It's a pity that my sword technique is still at the 8 transformations of one sword. I'm very close to the 9th transformation, and it seems like I can break through at any time. There's also a layer of fog in between. Chunzong, come and fight me. Outside the small building, a cold voice was heard. It was by Qiuming. Just in time. I'll use you to test my current strength, Chunzong said to himself. It was still the same arena, hosted by the instructor, and there were still many Tianyao Hall disciples watching. It seems that Bai Qiuming's strength has improved again in the past 3 months. His cultivation has reached the peak. The only thing he can improve is his martial arts. Doesn't that mean his long flow sword technique has reached the perfection stage? The perfection stage and mastery stage of long flow sword technique were 1 level apart, but the difference in strength. Chunzong, you'll definitely lose this time. Bai Qiuming was very confident in his own strength. Indeed, he had already cultivated the long flow sword technique to perfection. Not only that, he had also cultivated the iron-shattering finger to perfection. Originally, they shouldn't have been able to improve so quickly, but because they were defeated by Chunzong, which brought them great pressure, they both unexpectedly broke through. You don't have a chance. Chunzong repeated his answer from last time, still as domineering and decisive as before. Indeed, Bai Qiuming had no chance. You'll know soon enough. Bai Qiuming snorted coldly as he performed his flying arrow steps. His body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, crossing 10 meters in the blink of an eye and closing in on Chunzong. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light poured out like a river. It contained beams of sword light that seemed to have been stabbed out at the same time. Compared to last time, it was indeed faster and more powerful. Unlike the previous time, Bai Qiuming intended to end the battle quickly. Right from the start, he used grade-ranked martial arts. Apart from forbidden skills, he was going all out. I'll let you have a taste of my long flow sword technique. Chunzong thought to himself as he unsheathed his sword. The frost-like sword light turned into a surging river. The river water was ice-cold, endless, and astonishing. What? Long flow sword technique. Perfection. Everyone, including the mentors, was shocked. They all knew that the long flow sword technique was the only mortal rank supreme grade sword technique recorded in the 5th floor of Tianyao Hall's martial repository. It was a sword technique that only the 7 Lights Martial Academy had, and it wasn't circulated in the outside world. In other words, Chunzong could only have cultivated it after entering the 7 Lights Martial Academy, and only after defeating Bai Qiuming. Taking everything into account, it had only been less than 3 months. Let's just say it had been 3 months. It took him 3 months to improve a sword art of the superior grade of the human realm from the initial stage to the completion stage. This speed was so fast that it was unbelievable and horrifying. It was the same for Bai Qiuming. After all, it had taken him almost a year to cultivate the long flow sword technique to the greater mastery stage, and he had also spent 3 months under pressure to break through to the perfection stage. Compared to Bai Qiuming, this speed was extremely embarrassing. Both long flow sword technique were a perfection, but when Chunzong and Bai Qiuming executed the long flow sword technique, they had completely different visual effects. Bai Qiuming's long flow sword technique was like a river with rolling waves, while Chunzong's long flow sword technique was like a winter river filled with coldness. Endless flow. Bai Qiuming quickly recovered from his shock and executed the second move of the long flow sword technique, which was also a stronger move. This move wasn't at perfection, but the peak of perfection. Chunzong also executed the endless flow sword technique, which caused another round of shock. This was because this move had actually reached perfection, surpassing Bai Qiuming's. The sword technique's realm was higher, and with the true sword heaven and technique's 5th tier amplification, the power of this move was destined to be terrifying. Bai Qiuming's sword light collapsed upon contact, and Shenzong's sword continued forward like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical power bombarded by Qiuming's precious iron sword, and countless swords instantly appeared. The sword flew out of Bai Qiuming's hand, and he was sent flying backwards. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he was still suffering from internal injuries. He once again fell off the stage, defeated. Last time, he had been defeated by exhaustion. This time, it was a direct and thorough defeat. The gap between the two had been greatly widened in just 3 months. Below the stage, Bai Qiuming's expression kept changing. His eyes dimmed, and he seemed to have lost all hope. Bai Qiuming, victory or defeat is only a matter of time. Your opponent isn't just Shenzong alone. The instructor saw through it and quickly reminded him. Yes. Bai Qiuming sobered up and nodded at the instructor. However, his mood was still low, and it wasn't easy for him to pull himself together. As for when that would happen, it would depend on himself. The challenge ended with Bai Qiuming's defeat. The crowd that left was still in shock, unable to calm down. They felt like they had seen a monster. This rate of improvement was too terrifying. Given some more time, he might be able to become the 4th disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Hall to reach the Qi refining realm before the 4 academies recruited disciples. Good. The instructor was extremely excited. Every time Shenzong fought, he would be shocked. He was suddenly looking forward to the next time. Shidi, please wait. Just as Shenzong was about to head to the Elixir Pavilion, he was suddenly stopped by someone. He turned around and saw that it was the 10th-ranked Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan's arms were longer than a normal person's, and when he walked, they swayed like a gibbon. Shenzong felt that Kong Yuan should be practicing a fist technique, but when he saw the long saber hanging on his waist, he knew that Kong Yuan was practicing a saber technique. Senior Kong, what advice do you have for me? Shenzong asked with a smile. Ever since he defeated Bai Qiuming, Kong Yuan had taken the initiative to approach him and spar with him every now and then. Shenzong realized that Kong Yuan was quite popular in the Heavenly Illumination Hall because of his gentle temperament and sincerity. In addition, Kong Yuan also had unique views on saber techniques. After exchanging pointers, he gave Shenzong a lot of inspiration. After a while, the two of them became friends. Although they weren't completely confiding in each other, they had a basic trust in each other. These days when I went out, I found a relic. It might be a relic left behind by a true martial realm martial artist, but there are some demonic beasts living inside, and they are very powerful. I alone am not enough to enter, so I plan to join a few more people to explore. Kong Yuan lowered his voice. It would be best to find a top 3, but they are too powerful. If they find any treasure and want to take it for themselves, I won't be able to resist. My ranking is too low, and I'm not strong enough. So, I can only find those ranked between the 4th and 10th. Ruins of the true martial realm. Shenzong was surprised when he heard this. Warriors of the true martial realm stood at the peak of the eastern continent. Their strength was tyrannical. Some of their main training grounds were ruins. More or less, there would be some things left behind by the true martial realm warriors. It could be a weapon, a precious armor, or a precious pill, or a martial arts manual. Even a Qi refining realm expert would be tempted by it. Some true martial realm experts would be tempted as well, let alone Qi refining realm experts. For example, the stone chamber in a mountain wall that Shenzong entered could also be considered a ruin left behind by the dragon-slaying spiritual master. Unfortunately, Shenzong practiced swordsmanship, and the dragon-slaying spiritual master's inheritance wasn't very useful to him. Otherwise, his cultivation would be much smoother. Kong Yuan's explanation was reasonable. The difference between the Qi refining realm and the Qi blood realm was too great. If they found any treasure, not only could they take it for themselves, they could also slaughter the Qi blood realm experts. There are only 2 months left until the triennial disciple recruitment of the 4 great academies. At that time, we will be competing with the other 24 martial arts academies and many geniuses from the top clans. We need to be stronger. Kong Yuan spoke frankly and went straight to the point. Before you, I've already invited the 6th Meng Changchun and the 7th Qi Fei. Including you and me, that's 4 people. If we can find something in the true martial realm ruins, we might be able to break through to the Qi refining realm. At that time, entering the 4 great academies will be a cinch. Shenzong was also tempted by his words. A martial artist's cultivation not only relied on their own ability and hard work, but also depended on the environment and resources. Opportunities were a type of resource. His cultivation had reached the peak of Qi Blood Realm Level 9, but breaking through to the Qi Refining Realm was not easy. If he could find something, it might be able to shorten the time. How are we going to split the loot? Shenzong asked. We'll split it evenly for now. However, if the 4 of us gather, we could discuss it again. Kong Yuan smiled. Okay, when do we leave? Shenzong agreed. Even if they did not find anything, it was still a good thing to gain some experience. Everyone get ready. We'll gather in 3 days. Kong Yuan said. Just like that, the operation was tentatively decided. The 2 of them parted ways. Shenzong went to the medicine house to find Gao Jinkai. Shenzong, you're here. These are the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills for the past few days. Gao Jinkai finally knew the purpose of Shenzong's visit. He took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Shenzong. After obtaining the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills recipe, regardless of success or failure, Shenzong had to be given 2 pills in each furnace. However, as the success rate of the refinement increased, he could at least refine 4 or even 5 pills in a furnace. The remaining pills could be sold for 50,000 white jade coins, which was a steady profit. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Chapter 124. I have overestimated myself. After writing this chapter, I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Writing 5 chapters a day is my limit. The 6th update cannot be achieved today. I'm very sorry. Have a good night's rest. I will make up for it tomorrow. I will try my best to write as many chapters as I can. The 4 red horses galloped rapidly, as if they were drumming on the ground. Dust flew everywhere as they galloped away. Shenzong, Kong Yuan, Meng Changchun, and Qi Fei were on the horses. That place is at the border between the Hidden Dragon River and the Hidden Dragon Mountains. We'll probably take 4 days to get there, Kong Yuan said as he rode. As long as there's something, I'm willing to take 10 days, let alone 4 days, Meng Changchun said excitedly. The Jinwu relic was the dream of many martial artists. They were just 4 Qi and Blood Realm martial artists. Even if they were stronger than most Qi and Blood Realm martial artists, they were at the bottom of the entire martial artist system. How could they not be excited to have the chance to obtain something left behind by a true martial realm martial artist? I hope it won't be excavated by others, Qi Fei said disappointedly. However, this was the truth. The Jinwu relic didn't belong to anyone. It belonged to whoever discovered and excavated it. That place is very remote. The possibility is low. However, we have to get there as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening, Kong Yuan said with a smile. The 4 of them had already discussed it. If there was something inside, they would split it equally. Along the way, it was inevitable that they would encounter some ignorant bandits. They were all in the Qi and Blood realm. Naturally, they were killed by their swords. They overestimated themselves, Qi Fei said with a smile as he shook off the blood on his sword. Meng Changchun shook his wrist, and the blood on the sword tip dripped down. He put his sword back into its sheath with a smile. The 4 of them happened to practice swords while the other 2 practiced sabers. Therefore, they decided to split it equally. Shenzong and Meng Changchun would share anything related to swords. Then, they would compensate Qi Fei and Kong Yuan in the form of white jade coins. If it was related to sabers, they would split it equally among the 4 of them. If it was unrelated, the white jade coins would be shared equally. 4 days later, the 4 of them finally arrived at their destination. They found a relatively secluded place to tie up their horses and quickly moved forward under Kong Yuan's lead. The Hidden Dragon River was surging with endless waves, crossing the ultimate martial main city and the 30-plus martial cities under its jurisdiction. It was a few thousand meters wide and had a majestic aura. At first glance, It seemed to have no beginning or end. Looking around, Chunzong felt that his vision was broadened. This was the first time he had seen the Hidden Dragon River. Seeing it with his own eyes was not as good as hearing about it. That kind of majestic aura, that kind of continuous and indomitable momentum, it was as if nothing could stop it. Even if it was a mountain, it would be crushed. The power of nature is indeed terrifying. Chunzong could not help but sigh. I heard that a powerful martial artist comprehended the Hidden Dragon River and created a martial art. Meng Changchun smiled. Hearing this, Chunzong could not help but think of the long flow sword technique. Compared to the Hidden Dragon River, the long flow sword technique was insignificant. It was like an ant compared to a giant elephant. However, it was undeniable that the long flow sword technique had a trace of the Hidden Dragon River's charm to a certain extent. In fact, any river would have the same charm, whether it was big or small, clear or vague. That place is right in front of us, Kang Yuan suddenly said. Chunzong's feeling of enlightenment was interrupted. The four of them quickly moved forward and walked along the Hidden Dragon River. The more they walked, the more remote it became. Gradually, they reached the foot of a cliff. Above them was a section of the Hidden Dragon Mountain, and below them was the Hidden Dragon River. The four of them were in the middle. We're here. After many twists and turns, under Kang Yuan's lead, they finally arrived in front of a stone door. It is indeed very remote. Meng Changchu nodded. Junior brother Kang, how did you find such a remote place? Chi Fei was very surprised. He was sure that if Kang Yuan did not lead the way, he would not know how to get here. Actually, this real martial arts realm warrior is related to my ancestor. I followed the clues left by my ancestor and searched many times before finally finding this place. Kang Yuan explained. Everyone nodded. Indeed, if there were no clues, it would be amazing to find this place by luck alone. The stone door is in good condition. It should not have been touched. Kang Yuan carefully checked and said something that made everyone happy. Open it quickly. Chi Fei could not wait. Wait, Chunzong suddenly said. I feel that something is wrong. You're too nervous. Chi Fei smiled. Actually, I feel the same way. It's better to be careful. Kang Yuan glanced at Chunzong and smiled. We're already here. Don't fail miserably. Meng Changchun also said. After confirming that there was no danger, they pushed the stone door open. The sound was heavy. It was as if time had passed. As the stone door was pushed open, a strange atmosphere filled the air. It was a little dull. After the ventilation cleared, the four of them entered. Chi Fei was the most anxious. He was the first to rush in. The stone room was dark. Fortunately, everyone was prepared in advance. They held torches to illuminate the room. They stuck the torches in the corners. Suddenly, the entire stone room was lit up. What's going on? Chi Fei's eyes widened. There's nothing. Meng Changchun frowned. The stone room was very big, but it was empty. Let's go. Chunzong suddenly shouted in a low voice. He took a step forward and rushed to the stone door. Previously, he wanted to break through to the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. He was attracted by the Jinwu relic. After coming to this place, he had a bad feeling. Now, this feeling was very strong. Since you're here, stay. A gloomy voice suddenly came in. A few silhouettes appeared at the stone door. They stepped in and blocked the stone door. Kang Yuan, what's going on? Chi Fei shouted angrily. Obviously, the things here have been taken away. Only a trap is left. Kang Yuan's face was cold. His eyes were shining. He stared at the figures in front of him and said, kill them and rush out. Kill. Meng Changchun unsheathed his sword. Kill. Chi Fei's eyes were cold and his face was full of anger. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed with a gust of wind. Stubborn resistance. The newcomer sneered. Kill. Kang Yuan unsheathed his long saber. In the blink of an eye, the saber moved with a gust of wind. It suddenly turned and slashed at Chunzong. This strike was too sudden. Chunzong was shocked. His mind raced as he realized that this was probably a trap set up by Kang Yuan. Without any hesitation, he reacted quickly and unsheathed his sword to end the battle quickly. He used Lone Star illuminating the world, shining in all directions, causing Kang Yuan to be momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his senses and slashed out with an even faster speed, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that cut through everything. The starlight shattered and the saber wind dissipated. When the saber and the sword collided, the power shook. The two were engaged in close combat. Kang Yuan's saber art had reached the level of 1 saber 6 changes. Chen Zong used 1 saber 7 changes to injure Kang Yuan. At the same time, Meng Changchun and Qi Fei were injured and flew backward. "It's you." The voice sounded. Chen Zong immediately felt a gust of wind with a hissing sound. It was like a poisonous snake was waiting for an opportunity to attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a snake pouncing at him. The snake opened its mouth and bit at him. Behind the snake was a one-armed man. "It's you." Seeing the man, Chen Zong immediately remembered the man in black he met in a cave in a section of Mount Fulong. The man could turn into a half-human, half-snake monster. He was a disciple of the Black Demon sect. One of his arms was cut off by Chen Zong. He didn't expect to meet him here. Evidently, other than the broken arm, the other party's injuries had completely healed, and he had also gotten used to the broken arm. The strength he displayed was many times stronger than before, but Chen Zong was not the Chen Zong from back then. Flowing stream. The sword slashed out, turning into a cold river that surged forward. The sword light was continuous and incomparably sharp, directly shattering the snake shadow. Demon transformation. The strength that Chen Zong had displayed was very strong. His opponent did not have the confidence to win, so he immediately used his trump card, monster transformation, turning into a half-human, half-snake form. His aura skyrocketed, and his strength increased tremendously. His snake-like arms swung out, shattering the sword light. His snake-like mouth opened, biting towards Chen Zong's neck, wanting to tear it apart. Flowing stream. Under the faster and fiercer sword light, the snake's mouth was torn apart. The arm was not able to retract in time. It was immediately cut into pieces by countless sword lights. The flesh and blood splashed in all directions. As soon as the scream was heard, the sword light was right in front of the man's eyes. It dimmed in an instant. The Black Demon sect disciple's throat was pierced through. He died in one strike. After killing the man, Chen Zong didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed to the stone door. "Stop him!" Kang Yuan shouted. In fact, the main target this time was Chen Zong. Meng Changchun and Qi Fei were just secondary targets. Shadows rushed from the side. The wind was whistling and the air pressure was rolling. Chen Zong's body swayed. He used the shadow separation art. The shadows were so vivid that it was hard to distinguish them. They were shattered by the attacks. Chen Zong's real body had already rushed to the stone door. He dodged another attack and used the wind step to rush out. "Chase him. We can't let him escape." Kang Yuan's face changed. He shouted angrily, "Chase!" The others immediately used their footwork to chase after him. Meng Changchun and Qi Fei stood up. They were knocked out by Kang Yuan's palm. "Men, take them away!" Kang Yuan shouted. Soon, people appeared and tied up Meng Changchun and Qi Fei. "Chen Zong, it wasn't easy for me to get close to you. I spent a few months to gain your trust. Then, I used the true martial ruins to satisfy your desire and attracted you here. I can't let you escape." Kang Yuan said to himself. He jumped out of the stone room and chased after Chen Zong with great agility. Firstly, Chen Zong's talent was extraordinary. He was very powerful and useful to the Black Demon sect. Secondly, if Chen Zong escaped, his identity would be exposed. He wouldn't be able to continue hiding in the Seven Lights Martial School. He might even use this identity to enter the 4 great academies and attract more excellent martial artists into his trap, ruining the Black Demon sect's plan. He couldn't let Chen Zong escape no matter what. After using the wind step, Chen Zong used the wind step and water step. Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Stage 9. His blood Qi was purer and more majestic. His copper skin reinforced steel body had given his body stronger stamina and endurance. With the combination of the two, not only was his speed faster, he could also maintain it for a longer time. Every step he took could reach 4 meters. He was as fast as the wind and maintained the lead. Chapter 125. This update is to make up for yesterday's 6th update. I'm still too inexperienced. Chun Zong reflected on himself as he ran with all his might. But then again, he was only a teenager after all. He hadn't met many people and experienced many things. Although he had heard of the saying that people's hearts were sinister, his experience was still shallow. Chun Zong wouldn't blame himself too much for this experience. He would only remember it firmly. This was an indispensable price to pay for growth. After all, everyone had their flaws. It was impossible to not make mistakes all your life. As long as one had ambition, even the most vigilant and meticulous person would make mistakes. This was their nature. Even saints had their own pursuits. It could only be said that they learned from their mistakes and grew, so that they could avoid making the same or similar mistakes in the future. Kang Yuan was famous in Tianyao Hall for treating people with sincerity. It was easy for him to gain the trust of others. Who would have thought that he was a disciple of the Black Demon? In addition, what was also unexpected was that not only did the Black Demon disciple not hide, he even lurked in the Seven Lights Martial School. It was even more impossible to guard against him. In addition, Kang Yuan had grasped Chun Zong's current state of mind. He wanted to break through to the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. He was not the first to invite Chun Zong to the true martial ruins, so naturally, Chun Zong's vigilance was reduced to the lowest. It could only be said that Chun Zong was too inexperienced. Secondly, Kang Yuan's plan was meticulous, and he had been lurking for a long time. The other disciples and instructors of Tianyao Hall couldn't see through him. Chun Zong was fast, but the pursuers behind him weren't slow either. The hidden Dragon River was on the left, and the mountain wall was on the right. The space was narrow. Fortunately, Chun Zong's comprehension of riding the wind and treading the water was extremely accurate. There were no mistakes. Chun Zong, you can't escape. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Kang Yuan's 2 arms that were a little longer than an ordinary person's combined with his feet. He nimbly leaped over the other pursuers and quickly closed in on Chun Zong. This speed was once again beyond Chun Zong's expectations. Using the wind-treading steps of the Minute Realm, he covered 10 meters in a single step. In the blink of an eye, he covered 60 meters. He quickly widened the distance between them. Soon, Chun Zong rushed to a relatively wide area, but he was quickly surrounded by 4 people. Capture him, Kang Yuan roared. He seemed to be the leader of this group. Kill. Chun Zong, who was about to fall into the encirclement, immediately locked onto one of them. He tiptoed lightly on a withered branch and used the force to draw his sword out of its sheath. He seemed to have become one with his sword and stabbed out in the blink of an eye. The sword light was straight, like frost and snow, and the air was filled with coldness. All 4 of them were at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. Their strength was not to be underestimated, but Chun Zong was even stronger. His attacks were merciless and full of killing intent. The disciple of the Black Demon sect reacted immediately. However, Chun Zong's sword was too fast, and it changed continuously in the blink of an eye. There was no way for him to block or dodge, and his throat was pierced. As the sword was quickly pulled out, a drop of blood dripped down with the wind. The other 3 disciples of the Black Demon sect were shocked, but they did not hesitate and immediately used their demon transformations. One became a werewolf, one a snake, and one a leopard. They were faster and stronger. They attacked from 3 directions and attacked Chun Zong. Their goal was not to kill Chun Zong, but to capture him alive. Only by capturing him alive would it be meaningful. Dying. Chun Zong immediately understood this and attacked even more fiercely. Originally, in terms of individual strength, Chun Zong was stronger than any of them. However, they did not dare to kill him, so they were unable to use their full strength. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Each sword was like frost and snow. As he forced the 3 disciples to retreat, a lonely aura filled the air, causing the 3 disciples to lose their minds. In front of Qinzong, losing one's mind meant death. The sword light flashed like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Qinzong took a step forward and lightly tapped on a stone with the tip of his foot. He used riding wind and water, treading to the extreme. His body seemed to be lifted by the wind, and he was extremely light. He swept past the 3 disciples of the Black Demon sect. The 3 disciples of the Black Demon sect were as motionless as statues. When Qinzong swept past them, they fell to the ground one by one. There was a sword hole in each of their necks that had been pierced through. What a terrifying strength! Kang Yuan, who was chasing closely, glanced at the 4 corpses. His pupils shrank. Qinzong's strength was too terrifying. Immediately, he felt a burst of excitement. If such a genius could become a warrior of the Black Demon sect, he would be even more terrifying. If he was trained well, he might become the pillar of the Black Demon sect. All of you come out and stop him. Kang Yuan let out a strange howl and summoned more disciples of the Black Demon sect. Sure enough, one figure after another appeared. Some were at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and some were at the 8th level. They appeared from all directions, and there were dozens of them. This made Qinzong's heart sink. This was clearly a stronghold of the Black Demon sect. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong shook the fake frost sword. The cold light was shocking. He rushed towards the direction with the fewest people and used that as an opening. Cast the net. A large net was cast out in an instant. It fell from the sky and covered Qinzong, wanting to trap Qinzong. He drew his sword, and the sword light crisscrossed, directly cutting the large net into pieces. He rushed out, and the dozens of disciples of the Black Demon sect took the opportunity to shrink the encirclement, wanting to catch a turtle in a jar. The sword was like a bolt of lightning, and it streaked across the sky, creating a crisscross of light and shadow. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Wherever the sword passed, another 3 disciples of the Black Demon sect were killed. However, Qinzong was also surrounded, and his speed was limited. Then, Kang Yuan and the other 3 chased after him, greatly increasing the pressure on Qinzong. Qinzong, surrender. Kang Yuan coldly shouted. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Qinzong acted as if he didn't hear him. He didn't respond and drew his sword. Since the other party didn't kill him, it was his chance. While Kang Yuan was speaking, another 2 disciples were killed by Qinzong. Demonized, Kang Yuan angrily roared. Immediately, except for him, the other disciples of the Black Demon sect all demonized. Their aura skyrocketed, and their strength became more tyrannical, increasing the pressure on Qinzong. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kang Yuan attacked with a saber. Qinzong's body was extremely agile. As he moved, his fake frost sword shook. After shaking off Kang Yuan's long saber, he went straight for the kill and forced Kang Yuan to retreat. Qinzong, I'll show you my true strength. Kang Yuan angrily roared. He threw away the long saber in his hand and swung his arms to perform his fist art. Every punch was as powerful as thunder, fierce and tyrannical. It was faster and more powerful than when he performed his saber art. It immediately brought more pressure to Qinzong. So, he really is a martial artist. Qinzong thought to himself. At first glance, Qinzong felt that Kang Yuan was very suitable for practicing his fist art. However, he practiced saber art. In the many times he fought with saber art, he had never used his fist art. He didn't expect that Kang Yuan's real martial art was his fist art, and his saber art was just a cover. Kang Yuan, who performed his fist art, was like an ape. Not only was he agile and fast, but he was also very powerful. His fists were fierce, and they brought a shocking fist pressure. Piss off! Qinzong swung his sword. The sword light was cold and sharp, and it collided with the fist with the gloves. Under the powerful shock, Qinzong took the opportunity to retreat. He waved his long sword and took the lives of a few more Black Demon disciples. Kang Yuan was also pushed back and fell to the ground. Kicking his feet, Kang Yuan jumped up again and attacked. Seeing that he couldn't hurt Qinzong, and that he had killed more than 20 black demon disciples. Kong Yuan was extremely furious. Monster transformation. With a loud roar, Kong Yuan's body started to change rapidly. His aura kept increasing, and he became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-human and half-ape. His body was covered with black hair, and his muscles were bulging. He was very strong. He punched with both fists, and the fist pressure increased by at least 50%. It directly pushed away the air in front of him, and Chen Zong couldn't breathe. He felt like he was suffocating. Rushing stream, Chen Zong pulled out his sword. The sword light turned into a river and rushed out. It clashed with the fists continuously, and he borrowed the force to back off. Kong Yuan was wearing a pair of precious iron-grade gloves, which could completely block the fake frost-flowing sword sharpness. His fist art was also a mortal-level extreme grade martial art, and it had been trained to the perfection stage. It was extremely powerful. In addition to his terrifying strength after demonization, Chen Zong couldn't gain any advantage in this collision. Instead, his arms were shaking and slightly numb. This Kong Yuan's true power was much stronger than Bai Qiuming's. A black demon disciple next to him threw out a punch. Chen Zong's long sword was shaking, and his right hand was slightly numb. He couldn't gather his power, so he raised his left hand and performed the great shattering iron hand and fiercely slapped out. His palm was completely red, and his power was restrained. The moment it made contact, it exploded out. The opponent's fist art was directly shattered, and his arm was broken inch by inch. That palm hit his chest like a hot knife through butter. With a cracking sound, his whole body flew out. His chest was completely shattered, and it caved in, leaving behind a clear palm print. His right hand recovered, and his long sword made a circle. After repelling 3 attacks, he stabbed forward and pierced through the throat of another black demon disciple. Fight! Fight! Kill! 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 One after another, the black demon disciples died under Chen Zong's sword. Their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, and in the end, only Kong Yuan and 3 other people were left. Chen Zong killed dozens of black demon disciples, but he wasn't completely unscathed. Luckily, he was wearing the golden silk inner armor, and he had trained his body into copper skin reinforced steel. His defense was far stronger than warriors of the same level, and was comparable to demonic beasts. Damn! Violent ape fist! Kong Yuan was furious. He threw out a punch with all his power. His fist expanded a lot and emitted an even more terrifying pressure. With a boom, the air beneath the fist was completely shattered. Long stream rush. The pressure brought by this punch was very strong. Chen Zong took a deep breath, and an idea flashed through his mind. He stabbed out with his sword, and all of a sudden, countless sword lights flashed, turning into a river that rushed forward. Not only was it faster and fiercer than before, it also had a sense of agility. At the critical moment, Chen Zong realized that the long stream rush had broken through to the Tittle realm. It was all thanks to the enlightenment he gained from watching the Hidden Dragon River. It was also thanks to the many life and death battles he had gone through. Finally, he grasped that fleeting opportunity and broke through. Not only did the long torrent of refinement consume less blood essence, its might was also enhanced, and Zhang Xin's control over it had improved. The sword was divided into 2 parts. One part gathered together, canceling out Kong Yuan's punch, while the other part rushed towards Kong Yuan's chest. Fortunately, Kong Yuan reacted quickly and blocked it with his other fist. Seeing that it was useless, Chen Zong immediately retreated. He used his wind steps to get away, and then used his wind ride and water step. Damn! How can he still have so much blood and chi? Kong Yuan was furious. A bunch of trash. You can't even catch a warrior of the same level, and I have to do it myself. Chapter 126. My ranking is getting lower and lower, and I'm still far from the top 10. Sigh, I'll give you the first place. The cold and domineering voice made Chen Zong's heart sink. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Ever since he was sure that this was a stronghold of the Black Demon sect, Qinzong was worried that there would be a Black Demon sect martial artist in the Qi refining realm guarding this place. Therefore, he was determined to leave as soon as possible in case the Black Demon sect martial artist appeared. But now he was still a step too late. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong removed all distracting thoughts. It was as if his potential had been further unearthed, and his speed increased by 30%. However, the Black Demon sect martial artist was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Qinzong caught a glimpse of a green shadow passing by from the corner of his eye. It appeared a dozen meters away in front of him, blocking his way. It was a middle-aged man in a short green robe. He had a strong physique, but he had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. He looked like a big ape. This man was staring at Qinzong with a playful expression. The pressure almost suffocated Qinzong, making it difficult for him to move. Strong, he was too strong. Qinzong was sure that this man's strength was definitely stronger than the Silver Sword Star. Greetings, Green Ape Emissary. Kong Yuan and the others removed their demon forms and bowed respectfully to this man. Trash, you can't even handle such a small matter. We've lost so many people. Green Ape Emissary's cold gaze swept across them, and Kong Yuan and the others broke out in cold sweat. We are incompetent. Please punish us, Green Ape Emissary. Kong Yuan and the others quickly knelt down. Since you brought Qinzong here, your merits offset your faults, Green Ape Emissary said. Green Ape Emissary said as he looked at Qinzong with admiration in his eyes. Not bad. Among the martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm, you are almost invincible. Your swordsmanship is especially outstanding. Qinzong did not respond. The pressure from the other party was too strong. Compared to the Bloodbat Messenger and the Silver Sword Star, it could be inferred that the Green Ape Messenger's cultivation was at least at the third turn of the Qi refining realm, perhaps even higher. I admire you very much. If you join the Black Demon sect and integrate with the bloodline of a suitable monster, your strength will become even stronger. When the time comes, it won't be difficult for you to fight against a normal force training stage cultivator with your Qi and blood stage cultivation, the Green Ape Envoy said, throwing out an olive branch. The Black Demon sect strength didn't come out of nowhere. Especially now that they wanted to rise again, they needed more outstanding talents. Without a doubt, Qinzong was very outstanding. Don't even think about it, Qinzong replied firmly. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. The Green Ape Emissary smiled and said, because there is no way you can escape from my palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the Green Ape Emissary waved his hand. Qinzong was shocked. He only felt that the palm in front of him was rapidly expanding, becoming a few meters in size. The lines on the palm were clear, and the palm emitted a faint green light that contained extremely terrifying power. Pressure, an indescribable pressure, came from all directions. Qinzong felt like an ant that was about to be crushed. Blood-boiling technique. Skylight Cloud Shadow Sword. He exploded with all his strength and used the third stage of the blood-boiling technique. Even the true sky sword energy in his heart was not held back, increasing its power by 10 times. After Qinzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, his physical strength had become even stronger. Moreover, he had cultivated the copper skin reinforced steel, so his physical strength had increased by a lot. The Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword at full power was at least twice as powerful as when it had cut down the Bloodbat Envoy. Moreover, it was amplified by the true Sky Sword energy, so it was even more terrifying. The sky light crisscrossed, and the clouds and shadows intersected. Between the light and shadows, everything was white and nothing could be seen. The Green Ape Envoy was stunned. He was in the 4th cycle of the Qi refining realm, so he wasn't affected by the light and shadows. He could clearly see that within the light and shadows, there was an extremely cold sword light that seemed to be condensed from frost and snow. It carried with it the power to freeze and cut through everything, and it pressed forward. Under the palm print, the light and shadows dissipated. The sword light paused for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered like porcelain. Then, under the terrifying power of the palm print, it shattered and disappeared. In the center of the palm print, there was a shallow sword mark. It didn't suffer any damage at all. This result made Chun Zong feel powerless for the first time. He had exhausted all his strength. Even with the double recovery of the blood and blood furnace and the blood immersion jade essence, he couldn't recover much in a short time. Moreover, the opponent was too strong. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. In the next blink of an eye, Chun Zong felt that he had been hit. An irresistible force bombarded his body, and his whole body flew backward. His chi and blood were scattered, and his internal organs were displaced. His body felt like it was torn apart, and his bones felt like they were shattered. The gap was too big to describe. He fell to the ground, and his body felt like it was falling apart. He couldn't get up, but the fake frost stream sword was still tightly held in his hand. If I was only in the first cycle of the chi refining realm, I might have been split open by you. The Green Ape envoy was shocked, but he was even more excited. This meant that Chun Zong's strength was stronger than he estimated. If he integrated with the blood of a demon beast, he might really be able to fight with the first cycle of the chi refining realm martial artist. Take him down and lock him up. Treat his injuries. The Green Ape envoy waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Kong Yuan and the others immediately responded respectfully. When Chun Zong woke up, it was already 3 days later. Apart from some slight pain in his body, he didn't have any other injuries. He thought that the feeling of his bones being torn apart was just a dream. Although it wasn't a dream, it wasn't really torn apart. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. It was just that the power of the palm was too strong, and it caused him to be severely injured and hallucinate. He came back to his senses and looked around. It was a sealed secret room with only a small ventilation hole. There was a cubicle in one corner, which was a toilet and bathroom. There was a lamp in the other corner, and the light illuminated the entire secret room. It was about 5 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 5 meters high. My sword, the fake frost stream sword, was no longer in his hand. The gold and silk inner armor was also taken off, and the blood immersion jade essence was also gone. It could be said that other than a set of martial attire and a pair of heavy iron arm guards, there was nothing else. However, there were energy pills, water, and some dry food on the stone table next to him. Without his sword, his strength would undoubtedly decrease a lot. After all, his strength mainly came from his sword. Without the golden silk inner armor, his body's defense would also decrease. Without the blood immersion jade essence, it meant that the recovery of his chi and blood would be slower. Chun Zong's heart sank. The situation was not good for him. He was obviously being locked up. Chun Shitty, you're actually awake. The door of the secret room slowly opened. Kong Yuan strode in with 4 chi and Blood Realm level 9 black demon disciples. Kong Yuan was surprised that Chun Zong woke up. After all, with such injuries, he estimated that it would take at least 5 to 6 days for him to recover. As for why he dared to walk in so directly, it was because Chun Zong didn't have a sword in hand. His strength would be reduced by at least half, and he wouldn't be a match for him. Chun Zong glanced coldly at Kong Yuan. He didn't speak. He was too lazy to speak. Ha! Chun Shitty, I can understand that you hate me now, but soon you will be grateful to me. Kong Yuan chuckled. He believed that after Chun Zong merged with the bloodline of a demonic beast and became even more powerful, he would experience the benefits. For any martial artist who pursued strength, this was an irresistible temptation. Chun Shitty, I'm here to check on your situation. Since you're awake, I'll arrange for you to merge with the demonic beast bloodline in a few days. After Kong Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left with the 4 disciples. Merge with the demonic beast bloodline. Chun Zong's heart trembled when he heard this. His expression suddenly changed. Perhaps, after merging with the demonic beast bloodline, his physique would break through the limits of human beings and become like the demonic beasts. He would have more tyrannical strength, and his chi and blood would become more violent and powerful. At the same time, he would be able to master the demonic transformation ability. Once transformed, his strength would increase significantly. In general, there were many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. After merging with the demonic transformation, his rationality would be affected to a certain extent, and he would become less calm. This was the conclusion that Chunzong came to after fighting with the Black Demon disciples many times. When practicing the sword, the most important thing was to be calm. If you lose your calm, the sword would become impure and lose its original sharpness. This was the first reason. The second reason was that Chunzong was a human, and he didn't want to become neither human nor beast. He routinely practiced the true sword skill, striving to break through to the 6th level. No matter what, no matter when, as long as he was still alive, he couldn't lose hope. Without the sword, the golden silk inner armor, and the heavy blood jade essence, his strength had decreased, so he had to improve it. If he could cultivate the true sword skill to the 6th level, his strength should increase. Other than that, he could use his fingers to practice sword techniques and the great iron-shattering hand. He casually struck out with his palm. His palm was red, especially the center of his palm. The color was deep, and his strength was restrained without any leakage. The palm hit the wall of the secret room. With a bang, the entire secret room seemed to tremble. A clear palm print appeared on the wall of the secret room. It was about 5 inches deep, and there were slight cracks on the edge. The great iron-shattering hand of perfection. He continued to practice and strive to reach the realm of refinement. The realm of refinement of a martial art didn't rely on hard practice, but on comprehension. Some people practice hard for a few years after reaching the great iron-shattering hand of perfection, but some people had a flash of inspiration and directly comprehended it, thus stepping into the realm of refinement. Every day, Chunzong would spend a lot of time practicing and comprehending the great iron-shattering hand of perfection, the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and the 5th level of the true sword skill, to give himself a faster recovery speed of Qi and Blood. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day since Chunzong woke up. Great iron-shattering hand. After the palm turned red, it quickly converged into the center of his palm. It was frighteningly red, as if blood was about to drip out. Then, it spread out in an instant, turning into wisps of blood that covered the entire palm. It looked strangely beautiful and breathtaking. With a bang, the entire secret room shook. Chunzong's left hand sank into the wall of the secret room. It was 8 inches deep, and there weren't any cracks on the edge. When he lifted his palm, a closer look revealed that there were traces of blood on the palm print. After a comparison, one would find that it was the same as the blood vein pattern on Chunzong's palm. One had to know that the surface of the secret room's wall was a thick layer of fine iron. The true sword skill has reached the peak of the 5th level, and the great iron-shattering hand of perfection has reached the realm of refinement. Even without a sword, my strength is not inferior to Kong Yuan's, Chunzong thought to himself. At this moment, the door of the secret room was open again. The Green Ape Messenger walked in, followed by Kong Yuan and the others. "Looks like you're in good shape." The Green Ape Messenger smiled and said, "I believe that you can successfully assimilate this blood." Chun Shidi, the Green Ape Messenger, has traveled thousands of miles to bring you this blood essence, which contains 1/10 of the primordial golden saber-toothed tiger's blood. Once you assimilate it, you'll be much stronger than when you assimilate an ordinary blood essence. Kong Yuan smiled, but there was jealousy in his heart. Chapter 127. This chapter is Empty City is here, and 7788 Geo. The 2 Helm leaders added updates. There is one more update at night. Do you want to take it yourself, or do you want me to make you take it? The Green Ape Messenger asked coldly. He opened his palm, and the green jade box opened. Inside was an oval-shaped object the size of a lotus seed. It was red all over, like a crystal-clear ruby, emitting a charming halo. It was a perfect work of art. Chunzong was not fooled by the appearance. His sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be a figure in the red blood essence. It looked like a fierce tiger, but its appearance was different from ordinary tigers. It was more domineering. "Get to me." Chunzong reached out his hand. The green ape messenger smiled and handed the blood essence to Chunzong. Just as he was about to put it into Chunzong's hand, he suddenly shook his hand, and the blood essence bounced up and shot toward Chunzong. At the same time, the green ape messenger's other hand shot out a wisp of wind and hit Chunzong's stomach, making him unconsciously open his mouth. The blood essence entered his mouth and fell into his throat. He was forced to swallow it. Chunzong's face suddenly changed. He originally planned to destroy the blood essence after getting it, but he did not expect the other party to be so cunning. Remember, you have to do your best to resist the will of the demonic beast that subdues the blood essence. Otherwise, your will be devoured. There are only two results. First, your body can't control the powerful force and will be torn apart. Second, you will become a slave to the will of the demonic beast, lose all self-consciousness, and become a bloodthirsty demonic beast in human form. The green ape messenger smiled and said with a cruel tone, "Chun Shitty, I'll tell you one more thing. Meng Changchun and Chi Fei will also take the blood essence of the demonic beast with you. However, they will only take the ordinary blood essence of the demonic beast, which can't be compared to yours. Let's see who will fail when the time comes." Kong Yuan smiled. The green ape messenger and the others left, and the door of the secret room closed again. Chunzong felt that the blood essence of the demonic beast quickly dissolved after coming in contact with his blood. His body gradually heated up, his skin turned red, and an indescribable feeling of madness gradually spread throughout his body. "Oh no!" Chunzong's expression changed drastically. This was the manifestation of the demonic beast while within the demonic beast bloodline essence, which was beginning to affect his own will. "I'm a swordsman. Calmness is the most important thing. I must remain calm, and my will not waver," Chunzong said to himself in a low but powerful voice. However, his body temperature was rising rapidly, his skin was flushed, and his heart was beating faster and faster. It was like the beating of a drum, which could be heard clearly. Along with the vigorous beating of his heart, his blood flowed faster and faster, and the speed at which the demonic beast bloodline essence was assimilated into his body was also increasing. The demonic beast will contained in the demonic beast bloodline essence was also becoming more and more complete, constantly impacting Chunzong's own spiritual will. "Calm down." Chunzong felt that his willpower was being attacked again and again, and he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. But as time passed, he heard a roar coming from afar. It was getting closer and closer. He could tell that it was the roar of a tiger-type demonic beast. The impact on Chunzong's willpower became more and more intense, constantly shaking his willpower. In a trance, Chunzong vaguely saw a barren land. On the barren land, there were huge rocks and trees. Every one of them carried a wild aura, which suppressed Chunzong to the point where he could hardly breathe. Chunzong raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Everything seemed like a dream. "I'm clearly in a secret room." He was very puzzled. At this moment, Chunzong's pupils contracted. He saw a figure appear in the distance. The figure was not only tall, but also extremely strong. Step by step, the figure slowly walked toward him. The figure's body twisted slightly with each step, emitting a terrifying and vigorous aura. The aura carried a sense of antiquity and extreme dominance. It was as if the figure was the only one in the world, and nothing could compete with it. Closer. The figure was getting closer and closer. The shocked expression froze on Chunzong's face. It was a ferocious tiger. This ferocious tiger was at least 10 meters tall. Including its tail, its body length reached an astonishing 20 meters. To Chunzong, it was a huge monster. In front of it, Chunzong, who was less than 2 meters tall, looked very small. His enormous body possessed an indescribable deterrent force. Coupled with his incomparably strong body, ferocious and domineering appearance, as well as his domineering aura, it was even more terrifying. Shenzong felt that he could not breathe. The golden saber-toothed tiger. Kong Yuan's words involuntarily came to his mind. Yes, this was the golden saber-toothed tiger from the primordial era. It had 2 light golden fangs, each of which was more than 2 meters long. They were like 2 peerless long swords. The extreme sharpness could pierce through everything. Even the sky seemed to be pierced by 2 holes. The fur on its body emitted a light golden color, but the lines on its body were blood red, which was very eye-catching. Shenzong did not know much about the primordial era demonic beasts. He only knew that it was a very terrifying demonic beast with unparalleled combat strength. Among the demonic beasts of the same level, it was called the King of the Beasts. Roar! The golden eyes of the scarlet gold saber-toothed tiger stared at Shenzong. It was cold and emotionless. It was as if a god was looking down on an ant. Shenzong couldn't help but feel small. Soon after, it opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow the ocean and let out another roar. The roar was earth-shattering. The terrifying impact turned into visible airflow that raged in all directions and directly hit Shenzong. It was so creepy that it almost scared the soul out of him. This kind of momentum was too terrifying. There was a kind of congenital and bloodline suppression. It was as if the life essence of the golden saber-toothed tiger was superior to Shenzong's. In fact, the bloodline of humans and demonic beasts was a little different in nature, but it was not very big. The bloodline of the primordial era demonic beasts was far superior to that of ordinary demonic beasts. Naturally, it was also superior to that of humans. The difference in bloodline would lead to a kind of congenital suppression, but this kind of suppression was not directly related to cultivation. In front of the golden saber-toothed tiger, Shenzong felt that he could not move. He saw his own reflection in the cold and emotionless golden eyes of the golden saber-toothed tiger. He seemed so small and insignificant. However, the golden saber-toothed tiger did not come any closer. It stared at Shenzong from a few hundred meters away. The pressure of its gaze was extremely strong, and there was also a kind of human-like mockery. For the first time, Shenzong trembled. This kind of feeling, even when he faced the illusory cloud swordsman, he did not feel. It was not only the difference in strength, but also the difference in bloodline essence. Even the green ape envoy and the others did not expect that Shenzong would be able to stimulate the spiritual will of the golden saber-toothed tiger in the blood essence of the demonic beast. This kind of situation was extremely rare. After all, only 1/10 of the bloodline of the golden saber-toothed tiger was contained in it. The other 90% was the bloodline of the scorching sun tiger. Under normal circumstances, Shenzong's spiritual will should fight against the spiritual will of the scorching sun tiger. In the end, it would be up to Shenzong to conquer the spiritual will of the scorching sun tiger and successfully integrate the bloodline essence of the scorching sun tiger, or be defeated by the spiritual will of the scorching sun tiger and become its slave. After all, the will of the golden saber-toothed tiger was broken and silent. It cannot be stimulated at all. Unexpectedly, because Shenzong's spiritual will was somewhat special, it stimulated 1/10 of the spiritual will of the golden saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, it made the golden saber-toothed tiger manifest the scene and reality of the primordial era. This was very different from a normal spiritual will confrontation. If the Green Ape envoy had known this would happen, he definitely would not have given the blood essence of the golden saber-toothed tiger to Shenzong. After all, he did not think that anyone could compete with the golden saber-toothed tiger in terms of spiritual will. Not in the chi and blood realm, not in the strength refining realm, and not even in the real martial realm. He would rather give Shenzong the blood essence of a more ordinary demonic beast. With Shenzong's ability, he believed that the success rate would be 100%. He could also become a powerful disciple of the Black Demon sect. If he continued to grow, It was not impossible for him to become a warrior of the real martial realm and strengthen the strength of the Black Demon sect. Unfortunately, the Green Ape emissary did not know that he had spent more than 10 days on the road, traveling thousands of miles from an important place in the Black Demon sect to obtain the blood essence. However, such an accident would occur. Not only did he lose a top genius, but he also lost a precious blood essence that was still preserved. Under the gaze of the golden saber-toothed tiger, Chunzong felt that he was about to collapse. "No, calm down. I will not lose." Although he was trembling, Chunzong did not admit defeat. He still summoned all his willpower to resist. However, the gap between them was too big. His resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was so weak that it could only slow down the speed of his collapse. Right next to Chunzong's secret room was Meng Changchun's. Meng Changchun was lying on the stone bed, struggling and twitching. He had taken the blood essence of the upper LV2 demonic beast, purple gold leopard. "No, I will never become half human and half beast." Meng Changchun held on to his last bit of willpower and roared loudly. His fingers were like swords as he ruthlessly stabbed towards his own chest. Tyrannical power surged and poured into his fingers, piercing through his chest and into his heart. Exploding, he pierced through his heart. No matter how powerful a warrior was, once his heart was pierced, he would most likely die. Meng Changchun was no exception. He would rather die than become half human and half beast. In the secret room next to Meng Changchun's was Qi Fei. Kill, 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 kill. Qi Fei's arm was like a blade. He kept slashing as if he was fighting. His body was red, and his body temperature kept rising. He looked like a crazy demon. Qi Fei had merged with the blood essence of the upper LV2 demonic beast, Black Steel Ape. In his imagination, he was fighting with an illusion of the Black Steel Ape. Qi Fei's arm was like a blade. His qi became sharper and sharper. Qi Fei's face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Slash, slash, slash. With the last slash, the illusion of the Black Steel Ape was completely destroyed. Qi Fei's violent aura quickly dissipated. He gradually regained his consciousness and was shocked. This feeling is completely different. What a powerful force. With a single clench of his fist, the air crackled. In terms of physical strength, it was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Without a doubt, with such an obvious increase in physical strength, Zhang Xian's combat prowess had also increased significantly. By the time he familiarized himself with it, he would be at least 20% stronger than before. If he were to execute his demon transformation, his combat prowess would increase by another 20%. Chapter 128. Even if you're an ancient demonic beast, you can't make me yield. Chunzong tried his best to defend himself. His body made of spiritual willpower was disintegrating bit by bit under the impact of the golden saber-toothed tiger's spiritual willpower. Even if Chunzong tried his best to resist, he could not stop it. If this situation continued, the collapse of his spiritual willpower was inevitable. But Chunzong would not give up until the last moment. As long as he was alive, he would do his best. The golden saber-toothed tiger roared again. Its aura was like a tornado, extremely violent. The giant rocks and ancient trees around were all smashed under this terrible impact. Mixed in the tornado, it created an even more powerful force, crazily rolling toward Chunzong, destroying the world. Unable to dodge or resist, Chunzong could only watch helplessly as he was sucked into the tornado of destruction. Cutting and tearing, the terrible force all acted on his spiritual willpower. The speed of its collapse increased tenfold. Oh no, if this goes on, I'll definitely die. The more dangerous it was, the calmer Chunzong became. His mind turned quickly, and an idea flashed through his mind. Immediately, Chunzong thought of forging. When he was still in the clan hall, he had learned how to forge and forge swords. Although it was only a superficial knowledge, the steps were very clear. Now, his spiritual willpower was constantly being cut and torn by the tornado, just like the various forces used to forge iron. Chunzong grasped the flash of inspiration and had a kind of enlightenment. My body is like iron, and the tornado is like a hammer. Temper my body with the tornado, remove the impurities, and become more solid. With this enlightenment, his thoughts changed, and his mentality changed, so did the result. Although his spiritual willpower was quickly collapsing under the tornado, it was different from the previous large-scale collapse. It was collapsing from the outside to the inside, layer by layer. After each layer collapsed, the remaining spiritual willpower seemed to become more solid. However, the destructive tornado was too powerful. It contained the terrifying willpower of the golden saber-toothed tiger. Although Chunzong's spiritual willpower was constantly condensed, and when it became the size of a palm, it was almost as solid as a real body. It still could not resist and was being crushed layer by layer. At this critical moment, a silver light appeared out of nowhere. It was like a silver sun hanging in the sky of the ancient world. In the center of the silver sun, one could vaguely see a piece of iron that looked like the tip of a sword. The silver radiance emitted from it contained an indescribable sharpness, as well as an ancient and profound mystery. Immediately after, silhouettes appeared around the silver sun. They were all silver dragons, and they seemed to have come from the primordial era. An aura that was even more ancient than the primordial era spread out. The silver radiance flourished to the extreme. Under the encirclement of the primordial azure dragon, it fell from the sky, passing through the storm of destruction. It was not affected in the slightest, and directly entered the body of Chunzong's last remaining consciousness. My will is like a sword, tempered 1,000 times. It was as if a heavenly sword had descended. The destructive tornado was directly cut open. The terrifying willpower of the golden, saber-toothed tiger that was contained in it also dissipated. While the golden saber-toothed tiger was shocked, Chunzong's remaining spiritual willpower, which was half the size of a palm, condensed into a small, bright silver sword. It flew through the air, pierced through the space between the golden saber-toothed tiger's eyebrows, and came out. With a sorrowful cry, the golden saber-toothed tiger's body began to disintegrate. The ancient world also collapsed. The silver light dimmed. It was like a flickering candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Chunzong's eyes flickered. He saw the secret room again and could not help but pass out. His spiritual willpower was overused. After falling to the ground, his heart beat faster. The power contained in the blood essence of the golden saber-toothed tiger, which contained 1/10 of the blood essence of the golden saber-toothed tiger, began to merge into Chunzong's blood and qi and blood. This power was several times stronger because the remnant willpower of the golden saber-toothed tiger had been stimulated. Chunzong's body turned red. It was as if his body was about to burst into flames. Rumbling sounds kept coming from his body. It was as if a flood had broken through a dam. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. Even if he had cultivated the body-forging technique, he could not withstand it. If this went on, his body would probably be torn apart because it could not withstand the violent power. The 5th level of the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill was activated. The power of qi and blood in his body was condensed into a sword. It displayed its sharpness and edge. It fought against the violent power and cut it apart. The violent power that was defeated also became docile and pure. It merged into Chunzong's blood and qi and blood. However, Chunzong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. That was the limit. Under the surge of the power of qi and blood, his tendons and blood vessels seemed to be on the verge of bursting. Even his body was not spared. Chunzong's red skin gradually expanded like a balloon that was about to explode. If Chunzong was awake at this time, he would definitely be speechless. It was not easy for him to resolve the crisis of life and death, but now he had one foot in the grave. His body expanded bit by bit. The true sword Heaven Supreme skill was constantly circulating on its own. After a slight pause, it started again. Its speed suddenly doubled and became sharper. It was as if it had transformed from a precious iron sword into a precious iron sword. Everything in its path was pierced and destroyed. After a few rounds, the power of chi and blood gradually condensed and turned into a sword of chi and blood. It stabbed fiercely at the blood and chi furnace. The collision caused a shocking explosion. Chun Zong's heart trembled violently, as if it was about to be destroyed. However, there was an inexplicable force that protected him from being damaged. The sword of chi and blood shattered, and the blood and chi furnace disintegrated, turning into the most violent power. In an instant, they collided and resisted each other, forming a violent tornado of chi and blood. It swept in all directions and spread all over Chun Zong's body. His swollen body began to recover bit by bit. The crisis of the explosion was resolved. The violent tornado of chi and blood swept away all the impurities in his body, leaving only the purest part. In the center of the violent tornado of chi and blood, a trace of crystal clear blood gradually condensed into a drop of blood that looked like a magnificent ruby. It was the essence of blood, the essence of blood. It exuded a kind of aura fluctuation that was extremely masculine and pure. As the violent tornado of chi and blood continued, more and more impurities were crushed and removed, and more pure yang blood essence was condensed in the center. Chun Zong's skin gradually turned pale. An hour later, Chun Zong's skin was completely pale without a trace of blood. That was because all the blood in his body had been completely absorbed by the violent tornado of chi and blood. The violent tornado of chi and blood gradually weakened and finally calmed down. All the blood in Chun Zong's body gathered in the center and turned into crystal clear red pure yang blood essence. It also spread out and quickly flowed throughout his body. His pale skin quickly regained its color and looked ruddy, as if there was a layer of halo around it. Under the flow of the pure yang blood essence, the sixth level of the sky sword heavenly technique was still operating on its own, refining a trace of chi and blood power from the pure yang blood essence. This kind of chi and blood power was completely different from before. The traces of chi and blood were like red crystal threads that were full of power and toughness. This was the power of pure yang blood essence, which was much purer than ordinary chi and blood power. The power contained in it was also much stronger. Chun Zong gradually woke up and stood up with his hands on the ground. He was suddenly startled. What a strange feeling, Chun Zong murmured to himself, his face full of surprise. He could feel that his body seemed to have become very strong. This was a kind of strong feeling that came from the deepest part of his body. With the support of a strong foundation, his whole body seemed to be filled with powerful strength. He felt that his body weight had increased by several times, and also that his body was lighter by several times. Moreover, there was a feeling that he was always in peak condition, as if no matter what kind of disadvantage he faced, it would not affect him. This is too strange. Chun Zong thought that this was an illusion, but after careful observation, it was not an illusion, but reality. How could this be? Thinking about it, Chun Zong felt that when he merged with the essence of the demonic beast bloodline, he fought against the spiritual will of the primordial demonic beast, the golden red saber-toothed tiger. After he finally fainted, some unforeseen changes occurred that he did not know about. Am I now the same as the warriors of the Black Demon sect? Chun Zong resisted from the bottom of his heart, but this strange feeling intoxicated him. Taking a deep breath, Chun Zong carefully studied it, and finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that he did not become the same as the warriors of the Black Demon sect. His arm strength was still 500 kilograms, and there was no increase at all. This was the normal limit of human beings. It should be known that after successfully merging with the essence of the demonic beast bloodline, one's physique would break the human limit. The weakest one could increase 500 kilograms, The normal one could increase 2,000 kilograms, and the better ones could increase up to 3,000 kilograms. For example, Chunzong's talent and the bloodline essence that he had merged with were different. He could at least increase 4,000 kilograms. Now, it did not even increase by 1 kilogram. However, the increase in strength after circulating the power of qi and blood shocked Chunzong, including the 500 kilograms of arm strength. His strength had reached 15,000 kilograms. Compared to before, it had increased by 5,000 kilograms. Although there was no item to test his strength, Chunzong had a very accurate grasp of his strength. In the blood and blood of the Black Demon Sect warriors, there would be traces of bestiality. The power contained within would be stronger, but it would lose its purity. However, Chunzong did not find any bestiality in his blood and blood. Instead, it was pure, crystal clear, and exuded the aura of the purest yang. Every drop of blood seemed to be an independent entity, like a flawless ruby, but also seemed heavy. 10th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. Perfect Qi and Blood Realm. Pure Yang Qi and Blood Realm. Mercurial Qi and Blood Realm. In an instant, Chunzong thought of the book he had read in the martial repository of Tianyao Hall. The description of the 10th level of the Qi and Blood Realm was very similar to his current situation. Could it be that the 10th level of the Qi and Blood Realm was not fake? Had he really reached this legendary level? The purity of my blood and blood is probably 10 times higher than before. After coming to this conclusion, Chunzong could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.